Коллеги, у нас видео готово? Добрый день.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you for your interest towards this topic of digital production. This is our main track at INNOPROM. Inside this track of digital production, we have a whole series of events in this room. After our session, there will be a discussion on the importance of being client-oriented. It will be sponsored by SAP. After that will be a discussion of IBS on the importance of human resources in the digital era. And then at 4 p.m. we'll be talking about artificial intelligence. At the preliminary session yesterday, we mentioned that topic, and it's an exhaustible topic indeed. So we will have Q&A format as well. And now, just for a moment, I would like to present to you a study which we conducted with our partners, many of whom are here. And let's please put the video on. So this is what Smart Factory looks like today. Its site is sfactory.tech. So all the stages. Can we have the video started? So you can see all the stages of digital production right there. So S-Factory is a smart factory. So starting from the system engineering, the first stage, if you click on those pluses, so you can see the details of on that technology, and then with the help of our partners, we have prepared cases, specific cases from the production practices that demonstrate what smart production is. They tell you what smart production is all about. Designer, technological preparation, process of production, manufacturing, how computer vision is used. So it's a textbook for production people on the one hand. On the other hand, post-services are included as well. So also it's a textbook which we can write together with you. So we invite companies to participate in this project, share about your technologies, about your cases, about your production cases. So that should help us make this project more informative. So please participate. Today we have a very interesting panel session. Our speakers are really mixed. Some of them come from industrial companies, others comes from the IT sector. So epigraph for this session are the words of CEO of General Electric, Jeff Immett, who recently said that every industrial company will become a software company. So for that reason, today, industrial company and software companies are here together, here on this stage, and I would like to present the participants. Denis Manturov, Minister of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation, Alexei Kudrin, Chairman of the Board, Center for Strategic Research Foundation, Gregory Connery, Vice President of Schneider Electric, Sergei Kravchenko, President of Boeing Russia and CIS, Pavel Gontarev, Director General of SAP Russia and CIS, Svetlana Balanova, Director General of IBS, Christian Hawken, Project Office Director of Industry 4.0 Maturity Center, and Andrei Suvorov, Head of Business Development of Kaspersky Lab. So today we are here to discuss digital revolution around the world, and specifically in Russia. Yesterday, at the plenary session, we discussed global perspective on it, and today we would like to bring it down to the earth. Some of those topics already touched upon yesterday. So we do start at this. Alexei Leonidovich, I know this is your first time at INNOPROM. Thank you for being here with us. I know that the topic of digital production and digital economy is very close to your center. I know that about a month ago, you one of the there was discussion with an IT company leader. So my question for you, the project that we shared, this on digital production, many companies featured there, including the company that developed software, are international foreign companies. So yesterday, the minister spoke of the importance to develop our own competencies. So my first question is, it's a vicious circle. Some of the vendors that work with Russian companies are foreign companies. On the other hand, we would like to develop our own competencies. But if we develop them from scratch, that means that we will try to catch up with foreign competitors. So how do we break this vicious circle? I would like to greet all the participants. Of course, the topic of this INNOPROM forum is quite of relevance. We talk about digitation, but there's one event that kind of foresaw this event of ours, Council for Strategic Development. So they discussed digital economy last week. So that program is the high level of preparedness. And so far, some framework is being offered, some targets to be achieved by 2024. So even that program already supposes that we will create at least 10 platforms, global platforms in Russia by 2024, primarily in the industrial sector. And because I represent mostly this analytical center of ours, so decisions which will be carried out in the industry are related to several steps which will be done by the government, even ahead of time of what will be happening in the industry. Here's what I'm talking about. So digitation of critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure, that's where the weight of the state is important. So we talk about transport, we talk about utilities, we talk about finances, we talk about trade, and a whole series of spheres such as
государственное управление, если заходит даже на
energy sector and even agriculture. So the government is interested to create best conditions with those platforms for businesses, including industry. And BCG ran some estimates. So if the government fulfills its promises, then 5 to 7 trillion of additional added value or additional revenues will be created by 2024. So to answer your question directly, so we depend on global companies, and so digital standards, digital analogs. I'm not sure, but let me mention another area. In Russia, you cannot create full list of digital standards in the next 2 or 3 years, because that list will be amended, will be adapted, and it should be harmonized with Western digital standards as well. So I think those solutions will be joint solutions, Russian and foreign solutions together. So I think in the next 5 years we will create at least 10 consortiums that will try to promote in Russia those solutions for digital problems, mostly based on Russian platforms, but also those may be joint platforms. So I don't think you can avoid that eventuality, of having joint platforms today, at least as of today. For instance, a consortium implies that we have manufacturers, consumers, and regulators coming together, mostly Russian participants. So a consortium would include international participants as well. So we'll have joint solutions. Just to state, it has to be on the Russian platform, Russian only. I don't think it's doable. I would like to ask Pavel from SAP. It's a deeply integrated company in Russia. They've been I know you have annual conferences at Crocus, and many partners do come and visit. Many clients come. So the Minister of Industry told us that we need to develop our competencies. But if we buy a product from SAP, that means that that competency is not developed locally. So in that paradigm, how do you see the role of international vendors in these changing conditions? Pavel, the floor is yours. Thank you, Anton. I would start by stating that when you look at the technological revolution, the one that is taking place right now, we understand that we have lots of new business scenarios in industry with Internet of Things and big data and connectivity as such as well. So I should say that this technological revolution implies development of new solutions. So it doesn't make sense to rely upon things already existing or things that we inherited from the past. SAP has been in Russia for 25 years, and we understand, and we're deeply rooted here now. And we understand now we need to develop things together. The time has come for it, to do it with our Russian partners, with the Russian customers, because technologies require that. Any scenarios of digitization, they're all tied to a specific industry, to a specific business model, and they are meant to change or optimize that business model. And without partnership on our part and on part of Russian companies, we can miss out and lose the speed of this process in this technological changes. And the speed is the key factor of success if you want to be competitive. Thank you, Pavel. I would like to put a question to representatives of industrial companies. So we have Sergey and Gregory here. So in your companies, Boeing and Schneider Electric, how do you have this symbiosis of industry and IT? So do you develop those competencies, including IT competencies, in-house, internally, or how do you do it? This marriage of IT sector and industrial sector, so at what stage is it? They're just meeting each other, or they already live together, so to speak? Thank you very much for the invitation, for inviting me and my company. And Denis Valentinovich, thank you for this forum. I don't think it's the most urgent thing for our economy to get on this bandwagon. And we have some wonderful examples of successes, of Russian successes. Yesterday we talked about Kaspersky, and also Russian airlines are quite advanced in digital solutions. We know that Aeroflot is a service company, but very few companies know that Aeroflot is one of the companies in the world. It's in ticket sales. To generate revenues. So internet sales on board of the plane, and Savelyev and his team came from the telecom business. So that's one of the reasons. So they're one of the leaders in terms of implementing digital technologies, not only to provide services to clients, but also in terms of services and maintaining their planes. So also Pobeda S7, they have set global world records in operating Airbus and Boeing planes. So I think this family image of a marriage is not quite fitting here, because what we see in reality is implementation of a second generation. So they already have children, so to speak, from that marriage between engineering, production, and digital technologies in civil aviation. They create added value. So we created Boeing 707. That was a digital plane. We were the first one, so we didn't have any drafts done on paper. So everything was done using computers. So at that time we realized that engineers and programmers, they are merged into new vocation. And over the last 5 to 7 years, engineers, programmers, big data analysts are the people who create new planes. So Boeing fully use this type of new merged engineering. So we use artificial intelligence for decision making. Of course, design phase is much shorter, and we don't have to have that many engineering teams anymore. So I can give you some examples of these revolutionary changes, which relates to Ekaterinburg here in the Urals. Starting next year, we'll have 2 large plants, the largest plants of titanium items in the world. And the first plane we have it's robots in place there. So we have 6 coordinate machining tools to produce wings for Dreamliners, and we do the main beams for chassis there. So those are large and complicated components. So sometimes of course, you end up having defects, and those are very expensive components. Over the last 2 days, like modeling, so physically, we started to use big data. So we put in the computers all the information we had for all cutting modes, for different times of the day, for the age and gender of those operators, of those robotic systems who work at the plant. And nobody knows why, but some recommendations were provided, and we fulfilled them, and they reduced the number of defects drastically. I see Sergey from IBS. I remember when you translated that book on big data, which is a very popular book around the world. In Russia, big data does change our lives. And we find answers to the questions that it was impossible to answer before. So we started to use it in Boeing. Back in the States and in Moscow, we use big data and digital technologies for human resources management. In Moscow, we have the largest outside of the U.S. Engineering center with 1,500 employees. So 500,000 of records are done per year related to the quality of engineering projects which we are running there. And this is what they call personal records. So when we looked at that big data, we and Yandex IBS, by the way, helped us. So those recommendations help us make better decisions to train our people or to put together teams. So we would have less turnover, and the engagement level would be higher. So of course, digital technologies became part of air traffic controls and also maintenance of planes. So in the world, $1 trillion is spent on maintenance of civil aircrafts. $60 billion in the next 20 years. 42 civil aircrafts will be needed. That's the only sector of economy in the world that has guaranteed stable growth. It's about 7% annually. That's the market of civil airplanes, and in Russia it's growing 3 times faster. It's by 22% annually. So this is a major business. You can call it a factory of air travel. So digital technologies help save 10% of operational costs. So that's a great reserve. It's a great economy for us. And Boeing is definitely a digital company, and it's been like that for more than a decade. Okay. So we have those discussions with the big data, and that sound kind of magical. So is it really a helpful function for the industry? I have this figure from last year. McKinsey did a poll, so that's a reliable source. 1% of acquired data is actually used. So on the case of Boeing, we heard what you have, but generally speaking, so we know how to collect data, but we don't know how to use it. Well, when technology, lean production came from Japan and they started to implement it across the world, there were many skeptics around, and now we don't know any industrial enterprise that can do without lean production principles. So we are on the learning curve. So we're just thousands of managers, tens of thousands of employees are learning how to use big data, just like we used to learn the basics of lean production. It's going to take time. What is important is for people to understand if they have access to information, that information is primarily needed to themselves, because it helps you to make decisions quicker. So agile phenomenon is right there as well. So big data and agile are very close to each other. Also, we reduce the risks of wrong decision making, because people have access to the information. That information is like gold for us. We need to store it. Of course, we need to sort out information and pick the relevant information, because there's so much information out there. You can drown in it, and analysts should be responsible for that information, because using big data and machine learning it's quite serious. We don't have that many great algorithms, because of course computational capacity is available, it's cheap, we have cloud computing, but the culture of saving relevant data, that is what is missing. And we also need to understand that people that save that information, they in the final analysis, they should be the experts to help others to sort out. So mathematicians and programmers, they should give their tips to them. So those are cultural aspects, really. So I think in the industry we are lagging behind with this understanding. But in transport, especially in civil aviation, that understanding is there. When you come to this Savelyev, who is Aeroflot CEO, when you go to S7 CEO, so when you talk about digital airline and digital revolution, they understand everything about it. They're spearheading those initiatives, so that's where it is.
Просто досыл,
Досыл это что такое?
дополнительный вопрос.
Это когда патрон досылают?
Just a follow-up question. Follow-up like, not business follow-up, but an example is often cited that aircraft engines are often leased, rather than leased, but provided the hours of operation. So are we close to the point when people pay for the aircraft when it's in the air only? This is a philosophical question. I remember a few years ago, I was present at the expert council, and I heard a report about driverless cars, and the minister talked about it yesterday. So what I believe is that there are visionaries like yourselves. Imagine a situation like that. Yesterday we talked with the head of Aeroflot about it. If we look at the civil aircraft market for the next 20 years, it's a huge market. So it's trillions of dollars worth of the guaranteed business. Can you imagine the service market capacity? $8.1 trillion. So money can be made on the aircraft once the aircraft becomes the service object. So everything that you said is going in the right direction. In 10 or 15 years, we will see new models. We need to reach out to the passenger. What do they want? They want to visit their mother for the New Year's Eve, to go on business trips in a comfortable environment, and they need to go on holiday. So whoever's gonna meet these three demands doesn't have to be a hotelier or something like that. He or she needs just press one button, Uber style or pizza order style. So probably some companies will undergo transformation, and services will be the cornerstone. And now we will be able to see not just digital companies, but service companies, and aircraft as a physical object will be just a part of the service. And today, it will. What is not so important can become the primary thing, and the aircraft itself will be secondary. And we'll be able to assess what kind of aircraft is gonna offer more efficiency, Boeing aircraft, Airbus. So we need to educate aircraft manufacturers, both in terms of digital and service revolution. Thank you. My question now is to Gregory Connery. Schneider Electric chairs in the International Consortium of Industrial Internet. So I would like to ask you about the industrial internet solutions, how they're implemented in Schneider Electric and at Schneider Electric sites in Russia. Gregory, the floor is yours.
Always difficult to follow the guy who makes the planes, because everybody here came by plane. It's very interesting. So we'll come back to Earth maybe for a bit on what we do at Schneider Electric. We are in the energy management and automation business. We talked earlier, I heard consortiums and R&D developments and how we speed up digitization. At Schneider Electric, we spend over €1 billion on R&D a year. €1 billion, it sounds like a very big number. But in a digitization effort and drive to digitization, that is not enough. We need partners. We need people who bring other technologies like cybersecurity, other areas. And we work in consortiums, as Anton mentioned. The Industrial Internet Consortium, this is a group of over 200 global companies. In Russia, Kaspersky and Rostelecom are members. It is where the magic happens in industrial internet. It's where test beds, we have 50 plus test beds that look at new applications, new solutions, new cybersecurity ideas from all of these companies working together in an open and transparent manner. Schneider Electric currently is the chair of that organization. We're actually working with Kaspersky and with SAP on a new test bed specific to a mining application here in Russia. We presented that to IAC and we'll be working that together. The other thing that we want to do is promote the consortium work in Russia. There's a new organization formed last year, the Russian Association of Industrial Internet. We are Schneider Electric, the first foreign member of that consortium, and we've been working with them and IIC so that they will get access to the relevant test beds and data that the IIC has for the Russian market. We've been working very hard on that area. I think the other thing that I would like to mention in terms of promoting digitization and driving the digital economy is this push for localization. And I think Minister Mantrov mentioned this yesterday. And I think there were some questions yesterday about quoting Lewis Carroll. And I must admit, I can't quote Lewis Carroll, but if I can turn it to another proverb, if you buy a finished product, it's a bit like giving a man a fish. But if you can localize your technology, your R&D, it's a bit like teaching them to fish. So we've done quite a lot of work in this area. We have a new R&D center in Skolkovo who opened last year. And we have one later this year opening up in Tartastan's Innopolis city. This is for R&D in software, in field device localization, in cybersecurity. We think that's a very important part of where we go. So for us, the digitization is all about global consortiums, working together with other companies, and driving a localization.
Спасибо, Грегори.
Thank you, Gregory. Now the question is to Svetlana. IBS is the largest Russian integrator with long-standing history. So you brought major vendors to Russia. Your client list is too large to be cited here. And today, when companies inside themselves are trying to develop digital competencies, as the head of General Electric just said, industrial companies are becoming software companies. How is the role of system integrators changing? Is it disappearing at all? Though I doubt it. What kind of challenges do you face as system integrator, in particular your company? Thank you for your question, Anton. Let me begin by saying that we are not system integrator for a long while. The world has changed drastically, and the role of system integrator changed, and the business of IT companies is transforming. So we should probably be called a diversified techno company that combines service, consulting, and moreover, we have been producing our own solutions for a while. For example, in Russia, we launched convergent calculation platform Scala, which is the first Russian solution of the kind. We have proper solutions for budgeting that were recently launched. From this point of view, the world is transforming dramatically, and it also provides opportunity to compete. Russian companies become competitive, not competitive in the sense that we're going to rewrite all IT technology. We're trying to see the niches where Russian companies can have the competitive edge, and we offer our own solutions in those areas. Talking about how the business itself is changing, first and foremost, it depends on how fast the technology is changing globally. No industrial company, no service company for which IT is not a core competency cannot be too fast in orientating around. So the IT companies that have this as their core competency need to be the trailblazers, the guiding lights. They need to help their customers to make smart choices, because choice can be made always, but it doesn't have to be optimal, unfortunately. So this is our role, as we see it, to help our customer to make smart choices in the changing environment. Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Now I'm giving the floor to Andrei Suvorov. It's the first time that we discuss cybersecurity on such a scale at INNOPROM. Your leader was with you yesterday, and you had a great discussion. So my question is, almost every week we have breaking news of hacker attacks here and there and everywhere. At the same time, everyone from the industry is talking about creating open systems that integrates several enterprises. Isn't it contradictory in this environment? We see how viruses easily penetrate PCs, and on the other hand, we're talking about huge open systems that are hugely vulnerable because of their interconnectedness. So imagine that a virus just locks down a whole network of businesses. So from the cybersecurity point of view, doesn't it contradict? So you see large open platforms. The producers of cyber protection systems are lagging behind, and vulnerability is high. Probably we shouldn't be going as fast to create those open platforms. Good cyber secure morning to you all. Thank you for your question. I represent the Kaspersky Lab. We'll be celebrating our 20th birthday next week. And every time we're asked, how are you? We say, unfortunately, everything's going well. Unfortunately, we are living through the times of total dependence on technology. If you draw an analogy, so the first industrial revolution allowed the people to drastically change their paradigm, because people started to be able to earn their earnings by producing rather than by warring and ravaging. So today we are in the world where the warring and ravaging comes back after the fourth industrial revolution, but now in the digital space. You are all aware of those attacks in May and June. So these were instances of digital marauding, and all new opportunities need to be weighted carefully against the new risks that these opportunities open up. And I do hope that today we have more people here who deal in business rather than those who work on cybersecurity, because I insist that cybersecurity is becoming a new business risk. It has to be described in the corporate governance code. It needs to have a separate meeting at the board of directors dedicated to it. And you need to understand what's going to happen in this or that instance for the company. Yet, in most instances, we're reactive still. Speaking about trends, so probably trends are mostly unfortunate. We are living in the world where cyber attacks are hacking money from people, first from the credit cards, then from the accounts, bank accounts, and right now we are seeing when business integrity is at risk. So anything for any business is dependent on technology, and through key simulators you can get through to any devices and impact on the business solutions. And as Gregory talked about today, about the experience of our recent developments, we are trying to investigate scenarios of incidents, not necessarily attacks, incidents' impact on the company's performance. And in many cases, the information which is not gathered and analyzed today influences the management and quality of the production, and if used properly, can save companies' fortunes. Coming back to Anton's question, I would like to say that the digital revolution is underway and will continue to exist, so we need to carefully consider the new risks. And what we're trying to show at the INNOPROM Ministry of Trade booth, please come and see. Consortium of several players, democratization of expertise. We are able to bring together several cyber systems, and talented guys can have access for about 2 hours for the production to the production capacity of several enterprises and implement whatever they think of. So if this is going to be cyber secure, this will be hugely beneficial. Thank you. So do I understand it right? The worse they are, the better off you are. No. What I would like to say is that every opportunity has to be analyzed, both in terms of their pros and in terms of their cons. Any business scenario that you are looking at from the point of view of Internet of Things or fourth industrial revolution, you need to be carefully thinking about vulnerabilities at each stage. Vulnerabilities coming from people who want to fraudulently use or abuse this system. So if there are components in the solutions that are secure, then go ahead.
So everybody talks about security, so they talk about fighting terrorism or cybersecurity. Those are hot topics, but statistically, our security depends oftentimes mostly on careless behavior of some of the people. Let me give you a specific example. Denis Valentinovich, when he opened the concert of Japanese drummers. He talked about discipline being part of the Japanese culture. So how sometimes we're missing this discipline in our culture. So how can we change that? So I remember when we. So why did you put that training center in Skolkovo? Because it's an innovation center, it's an IT center. So the idea for us was to put 4 simulators to train pilots. They're being trained throughout their lives. And then we created a big data center next door. Starting last year, pilots that are being trained at the Skolkovo center. So whatever they do, they will have for them in digital format for the rest of their lives. They're 22 years old. They use stationary simulator, then full-scale simulator. So then they want to become pilots with Aeroflot or S7. They look at their passport. So when you were 25, you did this and this thing on the simulator. We have a candidate, another candidate, and he has a clean history, clean track record. Unlike you were doing crazy things. So your behavior in responsible situations, if you have this track record, this very fact helps to improve responsibility greatly and contribution to, when we talk about responsible behavior of operators of ship, those who operate ships, etc. So or industrial complexes, of course, digital technologies help us to control that. I would like to give the word to Christian Hawking. He represents a very interesting organization, Maturity Center in Germany, which is unlike any other academies of science, is very pragmatic. It's down to earth. It deals with specific solutions for industries and also SAP. And Christian overlooked maturity index for Industry 4.0. So my question for Christian is this, and perhaps you would like to share a few words about the index of maturity itself, since we are at the very beginning of digital revolution. Everybody says that, even though Sergey said we already have second generation, we have children, but children are very young still. So maybe index of maturity it's too early to talk about it. We are in the very beginning of this, and now we're already introducing some ranking. Maybe it's too early to use index of maturity. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation and sharing or giving me the possibility to share our thoughts on Industry 4.0 and how Industry 4.0 might hit the market with you. First of all, let me say thank you for the very interesting discussion we had so far, because for me, mainly 2 points were carved out. The first one is, in most cases, data is already there. You mentioned the example of the McKinsey case, where just 1% of the data we have is already used, and I think this is a first step is part of the problem. Yeah. So we have especially for business processes, we have software from SAP. We have ERP solutions around for years that help us mostly covering our business processes. Yeah. As a next step, what we need to do is data that is, for example, in manufacturing companies directly coming from the shop floor, yeah? Because together with data about business processes and data from the shop floor, you can build something that we call a digital shadow, yeah? Which helps you in making digital decisions, so decisions that are based on data and that really help you in pushing your business forward, because that's what it's about in the end. Yeah, it's Industry 4.0 or China 2025 or the industrial internet in the US, whatever you call it. We do not do this for the sake of technology, but we do this in order to raise productivity and the business gain, the business value of companies. And what we see so far is that, of course, they are first movers, mostly enterprises that have understood that and that are building digital capabilities, that are building test beds, big data solutions, and that they make use of the chances we have there today. On the other hand, and this is something what we've learned from the first and the second and the third industrial revolution, is that on a governmental scale, so to say, on a country scale, these revolutions mostly took off in the moment when we decentralized these developments. Yeah? So when a huge mass of companies were adopting these solutions. And from my point of view, we are just now at the tipping point of this development. Yeah? So we have a lot of first movers, but even much more companies with legacy systems that are stuck in the Industry 2.0 or in the Industry 3.0 world. And this is where the maturity index comes into play that we developed in Aachen together with Aachen University and partners like PTC, TÜV Süd, and other brands. And well, as I said, technology is just one part of the solution. Yeah? So of course these need to be understood. The second thing is that we need to understand how we have to rebuild the organization of the company, how we have to rebuild the culture, and how we have to improve the capabilities of the people employed at the company. And this is where the maturity index can help, yeah, because it offers a development path for a step and a stepwise approach on how to implement Industry 4.0. Yeah? And as I said, we are starting with the beginning, with using the data we already have. Yeah? We already have connected companies so far. And in the next step then, when we have the people trained and when we have the right partners around, then we can talk about next steps like implementing big data, implementing forecasting solutions like predictive maintenance, up to the point where we probably can run companies mostly autonomously. Yeah, but I think, and this is where we can really add value, helping companies and making this shift. And for now, we did this with a couple of companies. We're offering this as a service, for example, for the Austrian-based company First Alpine and the Special Steel Division. This company is manufacturing special parts for the aerospace industry, and they are facing the problems most of manufacturing companies have. Yeah? So it's about productivity, it's about quality, it's about the service level you can offer. And by Industry 4.0, doing it the right way, you can improve all of these three KPIs or measures. And what you need for this is you need quite a clear understanding of the strategy you want to go for, and for the roadmap of the implementation you want to go for. This is very important. Yeah. On the other hand, of course, it's about getting started right now. Yeah. So mixing a good strategy with an agile approach, with a minimum viable systems approach, and getting starting right away. So this is why I like your, especially your approach of test beds and trying out things.
Спасибо, Кристиан.
Thank you, Christian. Now I have this question for digital production. Is that a fact? Has it already been so digital maturity? Are we there already or not? So I'm the last one to speak. I used to be the first one to speak, but so that means the life is getting better, changing for the better, so the government is not needed anymore. People are standing in the way of business now. So for starters, I would like to ask this question. So who do we have here in the room? We have mostly people from machine building. Who comes from the industry, manufacturing industries? Okay. Government agencies or government authority, IT industry. All right. Okay, we have more of those. Okay, I see. You know, my predecessor taught me. He told me one story. It's quite interesting. So when he worked in a region, you may remember those times. And we used to have a communist party, which was the leading party in the country, and the secretary of the central committee, when he was visiting this region, he would stop by one of the districts in that region, and before going to the hall, he would ask, "Who is there in the room, in the hall? Metallurgists? Do you have do we have problems in metallurgy? Yes, yes. Then he goes to another district. We have people from the chemical industry, and they say, do you have problems in your industry? They say, we have problems in our industry. So, of course, it's kind of a joke, but let me start with the most important thing. Here, the panel discussion, here we have Alexei Leonidovich Kudrin. It's a very good sign for us. This is the first industrial forum that Alexei has attended, so it's a good sign for us because we normally see him at financial, economic events, and so digitation has too much influence on economy, on the trends, on economic growth, and on industry as well, right? Yes, Industry 4.0 in the broadest sense of the word. And Gregory Connery quoted one of the authors, Lewis Carroll, who said, so Alice in the Wonderland, he's the author of the book if you didn't know. So, but we're not living in this wonderland. We live in a real situation. So, turning back to your question, this is what I would like to say. Of course, in Russia today, we already have examples or elements of digital production. You cannot say it's a systemic phenomenon, but so our title is Digital Production from Sensors to Business Solutions. So we have sensors, we have business solutions, but a lot still needs to be done. So it happens in an evolutionary manner. For instance, we have a company, Galactico Dispatcher. It's a Russian Uber type of company, so they provide digital solutions to enterprises. So they install sensors on technological equipment, on process equipment, and so they identify bottlenecks in their processes. It's very important so that operational part and industrial processes and logistics and corporate elements, all of them together, to be linked tight together, connected. So what stands in the way of that? Perhaps the first obstacle is the lack of regulatory framework. So you can kind of say that business lives on its own, but it's not really true, because it's hard for businesses to consolidate, to develop common standards and common policies with that respect as well. So here, as it seems to me, as we mentioned that before, at the presidium of the President's Committee on upgrade, so we need to create conditions so that it would be profitable, interesting, and necessary to implement digital technologies in industrial companies. So we do work on this so that Rosstandart, a Russian standardization agency, would develop with participation of businesses new standards in such areas as cyber systems, hardware systems, mathematical modeling, and industrial internet. There are some other areas as well. I cannot list all of them. Cyber and systems and hardware systems, so that including cybersecurity. But if it's not standardized and without regulation of those areas, it would be very difficult to implement practically those systems. And secondly, what stands in the way, another barrier or obstacle, or which should really become a stimulus for digitation? In the past, and still we've seen this transformation when leaders would come from different inter-industry areas. So we see this transformation. So when a leader from automaking would go to aviation or vice versa. No, I'm talking about, yeah, from car making industry to aviation industry, because in car making we see things happening much faster. Innovative solutions in production happen faster. Aviation, it's beautiful, of course. It's new intellectual solutions to some breakthrough technologies which can be used in materials, in terms of materials, or it's not so much about production, but maybe some process solutions. But in car making, we have quick production processes. So to increase production, of course, and to improve quality of products. When we talk about serial production, and today, so we asked who is present here in the room, and we saw that most of the people present here are from the IT industry. So what does it tell us? So today we're at the second stage. So if the automaking industry was the leader, so now it's the IT industry that gets ahead of all of us, and it enters all other sectors of industry. I think it's inevitable. We cannot do without it. I mean, it's necessary for further development. So if we focus on specialists from IT industries, in industry as well, we will get a quicker result from implementing digital technologies in those industries where it happens not so fast so far. Another obstacle, we don't have system integrators, or in other words, we don't have engineering companies that would be able to synchronize all those processes of implementation of digital technologies. So recently, in Mises Institute, we created engineering in Moscow. We created engineering center. It's called Kinetica. It was done for this, so that our technological universities, they would work with young people, with students, so they would be able to be more actively involved in implementing new digital technologies and do it practically. So that provides ensures some synergy between companies that need to implement it and also engineering centers that are created at our universities, so that young people can learn, while they're students, they can learn about those processes and real production processes that they will later help to improve and add digital technologies to them. So as a result, we have fully trained people. And Sergey will second me on this one. When we started Boeing Engineering Center in Moscow, I was very envious of you, and it was kind of scary even, because we could not afford to pay the salary, because you took our graduates to the center and you pay them so much, and we could compare. But now people are trained at Airbus or Boeing engineering centers. So those who have been trained there, and even their managers, we buy them back, and they will start working for us. So people who have experience, who have the knowledge, so now we get those specialists, we get those experts. It's inevitable. It's a globalization process. So we share our specialists with them, and then those specialists come back to us. Same thing happens with the product, this modular platform for cars. So we assemble at NAMI over 800 engineers. We invited them who worked at Ford, at Toyota, at GM, at Mazda, at BMW, at Mercedes. So people who acquired colossal experience, they're still young specialists, but I'm sorry, but we kind of brought them all, we gathered them from all over the world so they would work on this national project. So, and the national idea is still something that unites and motivates those people. So these are the factors that I named. So they should help to implement digital technologies in our companies.
Thank you, Denis Valentinovich. I would like to ask a question to Alexei. This watershed between the roles of the government and business in creation the digital production. Because at the council meeting you mentioned there was a cry, please don't interfere, addressed to the government. But on the other hand, the government has both the power and the competency to become a uniting force. So where's the line between the two? Thank you. I would like to follow up on several speeches. Without government involvement in digitalization, digitalization will go in a more difficult manner. So I mentioned that government is responsible for critical infrastructure that includes financial infrastructure, which is a critical industry. In the USA, for example, digitalization encompasses various critical industries, chemical industry, trading floors, where it's very important for the sustainability of the country. So, as I said, the government is lagging behind digitalization today. How can we solve business problems if businesses are going to resolve their problems at 1 or 2 clicks? And at the same time, we will have government involvement, meaning a lot of red tape. So we need to be proactively moving ahead and moving fast. I would like to react to what Sergei said. Everything becomes client-orientated, and the service will be the most important thing. And our proposals for the government reform based on digitalization, we call it live situation when you need to get a service, to get an approval, to get a permit, with just a click away. In distributed networks or systems, some of the government functions will just die or be transferred elsewhere. And what I would like to say is that the government needs to play its role in digitalization of the economy. While we talk about doing business rating, we mention the speed of obtaining construction permits, for example. Here it's 220 days. In Europe, it's 150 days. Connection to power supply, we have 150 days and 70 days in Europe. So when certain criteria are met, everything needs to be standardized. I think those permits needs to be obtained within hours, if not minutes. Let's think of key or most sensitive for business areas. Taxation. I believe that in that area, in the next several years, we need to have electronic reporting, paper-free. Probably it can be implemented gradually, So business just exchanges data with the tax authorities. If something happens, it's all handled electronically and automatically. But I must say that taxation environment has improved. Yes, this process has been going on. The second part, important part, is regulatory framework and standards, which I talked about during my first part of speech. The list of standards doesn't have to be closed. New standards need to be created in parallel, sometimes proactively, which I would call proactive regulation, because the regulation sphere is changing with the new technology and new reality. And our government needs to learn that. That's one of the tasks for our government. Number three, a softer influence, as I would say, science and industry consortiums. A business would have difficulties to overcome barriers single-handedly. Regulatory standardization, such like. So when regulators, consumers, producers need to unite to promote a technology in the Russian market, by itself it will take quite a while, and we will increase our gap with the rest of the world. So we can have access to the expertise that already exists, but the platform needs to be global with international involvement. Let me come back to the idea about life situations in governments, service-orientated. I believe that all public administration needs to be transformed in order to address all those life situations, and it will be a different governance model. Sergei was brave enough to say that aircraft will be secondary, Boeing or Airbus. The service will be paramount. So for the manufacturers, for someone from manufacturing, it's a bold statement. For me, as a former finance minister, it would be very sad once a whole population of accountants, finance experts, auditors will disappear. They are thinning now already because part of the analysis is carried out by robots and platforms. And a couple of more comments to what has been said earlier. As a representative of Moscow Exchange and someone who's been long in the corporate governance, I would like to react to what's been said by the Kaspersky representative, because all cybersecurity risks in corporate governance need to be carefully managed. Today, we live in a new world, and we are still lagging behind in reacting to those risks. Our financial system may be ahead in digitalization, ahead of other industries, but yet it's still too open and too vulnerable. And whatever attacks we hear about have banks as their targets. And industrial businesses, although not targeted yet, but they're still vulnerable. And I believe that cybersecurity in corporate governance needs to be especially focused on. And what Denis Valentinovich and others said before about training, government has to play the major role. We, within the digital economy program, need to bring together digitalization and economy. And according to our estimates, which is reflected in the program, we need 120,000 people who are literate in digitalization, applications, blockchain, and special IT technology. And a an average graduate of a university, and I'm talking about 800,000 people per year here, need to be digital aware, and computeracy needs to encompass at least 80% of the population. This will create an environment when all products, solutions, and consumers will be talking to each other in a common language. Industry needs to transform the technology to improve the efficiency, and will need to have access to labor markets with a great talent pool, not just going to Boeing or such like. So all universities need to start training the experts for their respective industries. I'm head of the trusteeship council of one universities. We need to learn the digital technology like Bible. And at the last meeting of the trusteeship board, we asked the university to prepare a new curriculum for digitalization, for paper and pulp industry, for shipbuilding. So we need to start to prepare new experts well versed in the subject. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Thanks for your involvement. So I would like to invite everyone to the discussion about people in the digital age. Denis, a question to you. Sociology is something that you are not alien to. There was a survey in Germany last year amongst chief executives of businesses, and 60% of CEOs said that they are ready for Industry 4.0. What do you say about what percentage of Russian CEOs would reply in such a way? And when people say that they are ready for Industry 4.0, are they totally aware of the implications? That's a good question. I'm not a CEO. Well, you need to ask CEOs whether they understand what they are talking about. I believe that the majority of them do understand what they mean by saying so. Without implementation of modern technology today, especially when we talk about the modern management system, industrial, technical, and general matters that are handled by those. So without those systems, we cannot achieve enough quality and competitiveness. So without implementation of modern solutions, a business will just disappear from the market. So my answer is yes. The degree of understanding is different, though, is varying. Some people believe that if they just install machining centers and then show everyone about it, look, we have new machining centers on the shop floor. And when I ask them, why did you do that? What are your economic calculations behind that? And they say, but it's cool. I said, it's not cool. You need to carefully consider the best solutions for a technological operation. You can get along with simpler lathes or machines, turning, metal cutting, or robotic hands. But few people make the calculations of the performance, financial performance. You don't have to resort to complex hardware solutions, as some people believe it will handle the matter of optimization. Sometimes it's simply too expensive and not efficient at the current stage. So it's very important, following up on what Alexei Leonidovich said, we need to have the right people. We need to have complex integrators that can make calculations for you, for your industry, saying, for example, you don't need to have complex machinery to produce pieces like that. This is what you really need to get your production output in the right volume, at the right time, and at the right cost. So, and as for sociology, yes, I'm not completely alien. I have my first major in sociology. So some people joke about it in the internet. My first employment record is plumber, because I failed my entrance exams for the first time. So, and people often call me plumber sociologist. Although I'm okay with this, because sociology is a science which is very difficult to go without today in terms of implementing new technology. Back in the Soviet era, let me just give you an example from that time. In the 60s, we had an active development of the so-called industrial sociology. In the 80s, it was completely destroyed. And at every enterprise, there was a full-time employee, a sociologist, because new technology solutions were being implemented, and in order to accompany the people's mentality, the sociologist was needed. Just think of implementing a robot. So first, a robot was sort of siloed a little bit, and right now it's appeared close to the working place. And today they're working side by side with a human. So obviously people have adapted to that. But in order to implement any new technical solution, people have to be educated and trained, and sociology will have a role to play, a complex one and an important one. So Denis is right. I would like to ask a question to business, to Pavel and Svetlana. You work with Russian clients. From your point of view, what's the level of their readiness for digital production? I believe that Russian industry today and its top management is intellectually ready to do something in terms of digitalization. Everyone understands digital twins concept, big data, Internet of Things. Everyone understands that this will help achieve breakthrough for their businesses, but sometimes they don't know where to start. Yes, they appreciate that they need to start somewhere, but where to start, how this digital transformation program can be prepared and run is sometimes difficult to grasp for them. And the depth of their understanding is getting smaller and smaller top to bottom, and this is an important problem that we see. I would like to begin by saying that we need to distinguish between digitalization of production and Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is about changing business models. Not about business processes proper, but about business models. And this is a breakthrough for which the world is almost ready today. A lot of technology is available, although it's not totally clear how this is going to happen and how these models are going to change. Tesla being one of the examples of how this is happening. On the other hand, digitalization process in Russia is underway, and there are companies on the cutting edge of it, but most production companies are more traditional. You know, they're rooted in the older economy, and it's very important for those companies to achieve a certain basic needed level of automation, which is unfortunately not the case everywhere. So today we cannot allow ourselves to do it step by step. So those businesses will need to run processes of automation and implementation of Industry 4.0 in parallel. So the main question is about their understanding of their business and their market. And their core competency will be about thinking of the new business model. In terms of technology, they will need to place their trust for other professionals. Thank you, Svetlana. I would like to discuss another matter. Alexei, probably I will ask you, Alexei Leonidovich, referring to your meeting with IT companies, did you discuss the matter of whether a platform, a Russian platform, is needed for industry? We know of such initiatives in the USA, in China. Does Russia have to have its own platform, or everyone is trying to be global? We use Microsoft products, and for the Russian industry, it's not so important if we start using someone else's solution. So this question also goes to IT industry representatives. Thank you. I started talking about it already. It's very difficult for Russia to be rooted in their own platform, both technically and because new solutions appear day by day that can be used, and joint platforms can be developed with our international partners. What I would like to say is that we need to use the experience and technology available in the West, yet prepare something, a platform in Russia, our own proper one, especially in the industries where we're particularly strong, aircraft building or aerospace or similar ones. So I think that there are attempts like that at creating such platforms. Yet collaboration and cooperation with Western companies is needed in terms of development. Whether these platforms are going to be totally Russian or still joint, time will show. I have been involved in discussions of creation of several platforms like that, and it turns out that this is a hugely complex and difficult task, and we cannot say that we'll be able to create a platform for each industry. Otherwise, we would just stay behind for a long time. Probably they'll be combined joint solutions, yet it's highly desirable that the basis will be Russian. Thank you.
Colleagues, anybody else would like to comment? Andrei, do you have a comment for us? I just wanted to say that undoubtedly, if we talk about large transformational projects in digitation, nobody can do it on their own, alone. But of course, the share of Russian suppliers of those components, the system may be built following best of breed, so the best component in the category. And so far, the component vendors from Russian companies there are few, so there's a lot of things to be done on that front. Also, to implement such transformational projects, you need to have strong integrators. It's been already mentioned. I think Russian companies involved with such projects, they have a great potential to do it not only in Russia. So I'm talking about we shouldn't be too shy. We have competencies, we have experience, and we can expand this business. Svetlana, I think you should comment. So this idea, so Russia needs integrators, and you are an integrator. So what do we do about it? We are not a system integrator. So it's more about terminology, because what we do is integration of different solutions, and this term system integrator, it kind of comes from the past, from the previous stage of switching to digital technologies. So, but generally, the IT market and tech market is a global. Those are global markets. So to say that you can do something in isolation, it's too naive, but it's still in Russia we have lots of competencies. We run very sophisticated projects which can be way ahead of what is done in some other countries. So Russia has the competencies, Russia has the knowledge, and if we use that best of breed experience and other technologies exist in the world, we can run any projects which are we need to do, for which there will be some demand. So colleagues, so I have a philosophical question for you to conclude the session. So what is the final goal? What is the ultimate goal? So human factor will be minimized. Dr. Enabi, the head of ANUK, said that the quality of life will be improved because people will work less. That will be one of the aspects. So the historic role of automation, what is it? So humans will be work 1 day less and then 2 days less, and maybe they will not be employed at all in the so people will go back to paradise, so from which we were exiled. So the goal of automation is to go back to the paradise. So like Alexei Leonidovich knows this discussion that in Europe they discuss the concept of income, of unconditional income, when you can just do self-development and still you're paid, you get some support from the state. So let me start with you. So the historic role of automation to improve the lives of people, because routine operations will be reduced, and so we are afraid of losing those mass professions. But actually it's good in terms of the historic process, but creative people will be in greater need and life will become easier. So hard labor will be thing of the past, so people will have the time to develop their creative abilities, to spend more time with their families. So and creative activities will become more common. So but if everybody will become creative, that will accelerate technical progress. So I think we're gonna face a new shock of the future, like that shock of the future. So people will have a difficult time getting used to those changes, because the speed of change will be too great. So we'll be facing we're facing acceleration of technical progress, and you need to train people from their early years to this culture. But that life will be easier and more creative. So we'll ask everybody to briefly respond to this, if you let me. Anton, you know, Alexei and myself, over the last 20 years with our automation projects, what will happen to the people that are not needed anymore? So as we switch to digital technologies, as we switch to automation, and we reduce layoff people, so routine operations are gone, and people can do more intellectual things and perhaps provide additional impetus, generate new ideas to improve efficiency, and so in its turn new projects will be born or generated in terms of digitation. But right now this technological revolution is going on at such a scale that it formulates new objectives for educational sector. It's a new type of education is required, because traditional approaches, I mean, they're just lagging behind. There's no way they keep up with the pace. New format of education is needed, new means of acquiring information, of learning, because over the last 30 years we see there's no way to catch up with the changes. And social functions, of course, they become somewhat different. All of us, when we involved with this digital transformation and digital economy, we are responsible for those people will be outside of the picture. And we as tech companies or we as government authorities, we are responsible for those people. Thank you. So the historic role of automation from the perspective of Kaspersky Labs, from the standpoint of the company, from my personal perspective, so this is a futuristic sci-fi style. Our attempts to consolidate knowledge and technologies today are very far from how the human person is works. With all these achievements, we should not run away from this fact. There are many facts like that. We all have a brain that it is through it's exaflop of transactions per second, and it's 20 power consumption is 25 watts. So if you know about computing, you understand what I'm talking about. So learning about human being, how human brains work, are very important. Then cybersecurity issues will be resolved. So cybersecurity of the human person will be on the agenda in the future. Svetlana, I really like this concept that the future, in the future, the only job description will be adaptive, creative decision maker. There'll be no other positions in the company or in the society. On the other hand, I still believe that we are on the verge of technological singularity. And the meaning of singularity, that means that there's no way for us to imagine what lies beyond it. So of course it's for the better. It's for the improvement of for the humanity. But what it's going to be like, we will know only when it happens. Gregory, it's your turn, please.
Much, Anton. That's a question from an automation supplier we get very often. Are we putting people out of work? And I think the answer is no, we're changing their jobs. And something that Alexei said, if you think about the jobs that are dangerous or competitive or dirty, people don't want to do those jobs. If you can do those with robotics or automation, then the person that did that job now is a computer programmer. He's working in an air-conditioned office in a safer environment. He's doing things with computers, more creativity. It's a changing environment. So it's not necessarily how many people can we lay off and cut out of the workforce. It's how do we upskill them and how do we change them and get a higher quality of life for them than working in a dirty or dangerous or repetitive environment.
Спасибо, Gregory. Christian.
Well, Industry 4.0 and digitization is one of the biggest disruptive tech of our generation, and so it will come with huge transformations, with impacts on humanity, human mankind, and society. And so I think it is our duty and our chance to make this an evolution and not a revolution. So I think we should work on this and shape the world like this.
Спасибо, Christian.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, discussion participants. Thank you for your time. And visitors and participants, I would like to invite you to the next session here in the room. We'll have a discussion on being client-oriented, and then we'll have an event on HR in the digital age. Thank you.
А вот теперь оно работает. Дайте нам, пожалуйста, еще 2 минуты, мы рассядемся и сейчас начнем.
We'll be starting in 2 minutes. Oh, everyone's here. Or we still need some time, do we? All right. We'll start later. Thank you.
Коллеги, добрый день, спасибо, что собрались.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Denis Samsonov. I'm the Business FM representative, and today I believe we have the most interesting panel about how digital technologies can enhance customer-oriented approach for the companies. I had an experience. I used to write a master's thesis on marketing, and in preparations my tutor told me that if the work begins and ends with the word client, you'll get at least a satisfactory mark. So otherwise you can just throw it away. And whatever we do, in whatever field we work, either we sell food or we do metal machining, begins and ends with the client. And this is what we're going to talk about today, our clients and how they can benefit from us implementing some new technology in our processes. This is my understanding of client orientation and sort of a general view of what we're going to talk today. We begin our panel by giving the floor to each participant with their variety of experiences and ask them for their take on what client orientation is and how they understand new technology in industry, and including heavy industry, and how this new technology can improve this client orientation. And to begin with, I'm giving the floor to Boris Milanevsky, head of the Sub-Competency Center. Boris. Hello, my name is Boris Malinevsky. I head the SAP Center of Expertise for Industry. Everyone will remember Ford's statements about client orientation. You can have any car color as long as it is black. So this was the client orientation of the producers' markets, not the clients' markets. Recently, the globalization and market saturation changed this approach, and we are seeking for similar things, yet more client orientation, digitalization, new technology have changed the landscape and our approaches. Some companies say we would like to implement CRM systems and would like to know the legal address of our clients. I think this is so 20th century. Indeed, the new technology, the digital technology, brought about the following changes. They changed the way we approach consumption. When we used to want something, we just bought an item. It was an economy of ownership. We would buy a car, we would buy a flat, a house for ourselves. With the advent of digital technology and penetration of microchips into any objects allowed the manufacturer to know who their client is and how they operate. And we are gradually changing to the service consumption. We are starting renting cars. We are taking out mortgages for our housing. We are starting to use services, and the service economy is expanding. And the world is changing accordingly. As Mr. Dumin said, trying to adapt is not necessarily. Survival is not a necessity. And the change of the model and the new opportunities offered by the digital economy in terms of reorganization of business models and corporate cultures of the company are exactly the things of client orientation nature that are most relevant today. Each one of us today has a device, a gadget, for example, smartphone, with lots of sensors. Microchips are everywhere. Any object can be controlled and any element can be controlled and how it's operated. Internet access allows for monitoring of each particular object owned by a customer. So technology allows segmentation to the end user. We will know exactly how this particular thing is used by a particular user. This opens up immense opportunities for manufacturers. On the other hand, manufacturers begin to change their business models. Lots of manufacturers, especially if we talk about machine building, work through distributors. Today, they can work together with distributors to meet the demands of the end user. And how this technology changes corporate cultures. Well, let's take the example of our company. SAP is always associated with ERP, or used to be associated with ERP. Over 20 years in the market, 40% share of ERP market globally. And whenever we meet a new client, they think that we came with ERP proposal. So we are not an ERP provider anymore. Today, we position ourselves as a supplier of IT platforms for implementation of business processes in the digital economy. If you come to see our booths, you see SAP Leonard, a set of technologies that integrate big data to obtain new information and transform business processes that use the new technology. And such examples are numerous, and they are more and more frequent in Russia. If we talk about one of the truck manufacturers, leading truck manufacturers, KAMAZ, they transformed their pattern of work with dealers. And despite the new model being 50% more expensive, the very demonstration of the savings available for the client increased the model range of the company. The fact that we and dealers changed from the model on basic cost to the added value allowed us to improve the sales and change the organizational system of the company. The way customer orientation changes the internal processes, how industrial enterprises are changing, is what I think we need to hear from our colleagues. Thank you. Thank you, Boris. This is interesting, although a little bit predictable in the previous speeches, is that when talking about client orientation, you mentioned internet more than once, and it's not by chance, because in the mind of the people, the new technology and client orientation is always associated with internet. We are ready for this. We have Internet Initiative Development Foundation director, Kirill Varlamov, so I hope he'll share his vision. Thank you. Good morning. Yes, I was sitting here thinking that we were going to say one and the same thing, because client orientation is not a new term, and we're not going to reinvent the wheel today. Yet there are a few ideas that stem from the new figures we receive from working with startups. And the first idea is that client orientation today is not our client orientation. It's not the way we as a company look at the client, but the way client is looking at us. Here I support what Boris said. Sensors are everywhere, microchips are everywhere, and this allows us to know almost everything about the client. And it's not that we look at the client, but the client starts to be looking at us, so it reverses essentially. We as a business today need to maximize our understanding of what the user is, collect this information. If I piggyback on what was said during the previous session when we talked about the development of digitalization, and I believe that one of the main digitalization problems in the industry is not about the lack of integrators or platforms, because integrators are there, platforms are available. It's about lack of client orientation within industrial enterprises, because all the companies that we work with, we have startups, for example, on the one hand, about 330 startups that we invested in, and on the other hand, we have industrial enterprises that are supposed to be the consumers of the new services that will help this product to reach the end user and to collect the relevant information. So this interface is not there yet. Companies are still sort of courting each other, but there is no consolidated effort of looking for new technology about client orientation. Startup is about defining the problem and client orientation. And an industrial enterprise linked with a startup who have the information about clients and to translate it into a product or a service is the mechanism that will allow to resolve the issue of client orientation and the development of digital industry in Russia, if I may be bold to say so. So the goal of client orientation today is about defining the problem, understanding the client and their issues. And in order to achieve that, we need to be able to collect precise information, understand what your client wants, why, under what conditions this or that client will buy this or that thing. Is the client going to take a MC-21 Russian aircraft or Airbus aircraft? So we need to think through all this chain from B2B to B2C till the very end to the client. So this interface, our foundation helps startups meet with the industrial enterprises. Thank you, Evgeny. It was a very interesting topic about the readiness of the current industry for change led by the new technology, and how the industrialists are looking for the new digital solutions that can change their relations with the suppliers, their corporate culture that we have not yet talked enough today. Amongst our panelists, we have Vladimir Bitkin, who does exactly this each day coming to work, looking for and implementing the new digital solutions in the industry that change many things, including client orientation, because Vladimir Bitkin is one of the leaders of Siemens Industry Software in Russia. So now we'll hear what he has to say about this. Thank you, Denis, Boris. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. What I would like to begin with is to remind about the topic, how digital technologies can help and what can they help with. My colleagues spoke about different business models today, how these models can change things. I wouldn't say I disagree, but let me offer a different view of this. Technology developments, technology change open up new opportunities, new business models, new procedures, and new interaction processes. It was said more than once here that sensors are everywhere, chips are everywhere, internet, information transmission, the internet technology allowed for totally new businesses to spring up. From the perspective of the industry and interactions between people in terms of earning money and developing their business areas, digitalization as a consequence of computer technology development opens up new opportunity, new development areas that are first linked with creation of something, be it a product or a service, and this is what our industry does. And here, the development of the technology, proactive development of the technology allowed us to obtain totally new qualities. Just an example that we see very often. Small organizations, I'm not going to call them startups, small companies that constantly use and develop, for example, their earning power by developing and producing something. Digital technology is the only thing that allows them to comply with the time frames, to be responsive very simply, swiftly, and transparently, that allow them to work with their partners, clients, consumers, by interacting through the digital media, using the digital twins, for which we provide the development solutions. And we communicate with such organizations very often. Their client interaction helps us change. First and foremost, these changes are about changing the interaction procedures. If part of organizations work with their clients on the basis of personal trust, in order for me, say, to produce a machine in piece without having access to means of production, obviously I will place a lot of value on transparency, costs, speed of production, because, well, cost may not be as relevant. A great example of that is the creation within the clusters of innovative development, the so-called special zones, where this information about the possibility of creating, of producing is available, is the result of the technological breakthrough, because this information about the technical capacity of a business within that cluster can be collected, and internet online access can be provided in order to increase the interaction quality. And this development, additive technology creation, allows for further steps. These are rather simple examples, I would say. Today, for example, the aircraft that was mentioned here, MS-21, is the consequence of the development of the digital technology, as is any smartphone that we have that carries about 1,500 sensors, will allow in the future for companies and organizations to create new business models based on this new technology. Thank you. Another interesting phrase I caught, the so-called small companies were mentioned, that my colleague didn't want to call startups, probably because of some associated shades of meaning that are not desirable. We have Konstantin Pashin, director of IT cluster of the Skolkovo Foundation, and I would appreciate to share his vision whether the representatives of these small companies bring new ideas to Skolkovo that will improve client orientation of industrial businesses.
Thank you, Denis. I would like to respond to this question, but perhaps turn our discussion towards a real conversation, because we talk about it being client orientation, but I don't think anybody opposes this idea. It's one of the strategic components of a successful strategy for any company or business. But my question is this: do we really understand that what we mean by being client-oriented? There are two examples of that. We understand what being client-oriented means. I usually use this simple example. And second dimension is, do we understand what it means today? Because digital technologies, we discuss them every year. We add new terms and new add to the meaning of it, but there are some qualitative changes as well. So client-orientedness, 25 years ago we discussed it, and personalized just-in-time production. You remember those abbreviations, they're still in use, they're not that obsolete. But what has changed in recent times? Why do we talk again about client-orientedness? So coming back to the first question, for our needs, so that's my personal observation, I think client-orientedness can be tested simply. It's not when you poll your market department staff or your colleagues. If we consider ourselves to be client-oriented, it's not a poll of your customers or consumers if they consider you to be client-oriented, because they may know nothing about this. The question of principle is this. So client-orientedness is a good test for it, is when you understand one step ahead. I produce something that my consumer will be using it, or it will be selling it. If my client will be able to make profit using or selling my product, if they're able to generate profit, so my clients, so that means I have already made a step towards being client-oriented. And those, we oftentimes talk about supply chains, and they make this understanding more complicated. B2B, B2C, so that's your supply chain. But when you produce components, you need to have an idea what your end consumer will be doing with it. So it's a more sophisticated model, but potentially it makes things more complicated. But once again, there's a simple test. You can call yourself client-oriented if you understand how your client can generate income using the products or services you provide to them. And Denise's question, how you see that from the perspective of Skolkovo. Actually, the picture is quite simple. In Skolkovo, we have 1,700 participants. These are resident companies for the most part. They are startups. You cannot call them something else. So it's a pretty flexible ecosystem. We have different IT cluster and other clusters with startups. So there's this observation. Each startup, if it's successful, initially it's a company which made being client oriented a priority. So others missed out on that, but they saw this opportunity. Some have succeeded, some have done better than others, but in any case, what is important? We have technological aspects, and I will touch upon them as well. And also there's some managerial aspect. We insufficiently focus on inviting to our platforms, to our developmental institutions, to our startups, our industrial partners. So that's an interesting observation. When experienced professionals, with people with great competencies, when they come and take a look at those startups, and they realize that they don't really understand everything. So now the situation is such that this convergence of technologies is not just a popular term, but basically it provides you with limitless opportunities. It's cross-pollination. So technologies in terms of personalization, customization in retail, they can be used in retail. So why not use them in manufacturing, in industrial production? So it's not like you had that software, then you have a different piece of software. These are disruptive technology. That means this idea comes from a different market. It's being borrowed from there. It becomes a breakthrough point or a growth point for this industry. And those companies have learned to recognize face identification, or so there are startups, there's some maybe 3 or 4 leaders. Do we need them in large industrial production? I think there's room for them there, even though right now it's not a common practice. Perhaps similar can these technologies help you be more client-oriented? I think so. And the last thing I wanted to mention, so we had this informal discussion with the colleagues. So what new things, what shift do we see? Client-orientedness is not a new technology. Always. Customization technologies in production have been in existence to analyze market, etc. There's this hypothesis which has the right to exist, or maybe not, but at least we have this hypothesis. So it says that when with today's industrial revolution, with big data, not only on industrial processes but also on our supply chains, on sales chains. So traditional approaches to look for new niches, to find out standard behaviors of clients. So that data collection and their analytics, development of marketing strategies, we can use algorithms, pretty rigid algorithms, because we have analysts who work on that. But the hypothesis says that in the future it will not work. It will not work anymore. So we'll have machine learning, and we have artificial intelligence, because you have so many dimensions at the same time. The human brain cannot handle that. So perhaps it will be a new age of client-orientedness with the use of artificial intelligence and it will become a necessity. It will not be just one of the functions, but artificial intelligence will make client-orientedness part of all the managerial ideology, even in managing whole industries. So the question of connections with leading companies who work with predictive analytics and big data. Many of them work jointly with largest suppliers such as SAP. In Skolkovo, we have some startups that cooperate with SAP. SAP labs in Moscow. So ideas are generated oftentimes by startups. So my last comment is look around, look at those startups, and developmental institutions in Russia can be helpful there, and client-oriented ideas which are generated there, they're very unique oftentimes. Evgeny Borisov asked for a comment, but we are not there to have a discussion. But still, Konstantin wanted to have a discussion. So, and I thought, why not start right now? From what I heard, let's not collect data from people, but let's focus on artificial intelligence, so that they would predict how people will behave. Is that what you meant to say? Or we will put a sensor on the human being and we'll collect data from it. So if you talk about medicine or about labor safety at workplace, of course, artificial intelligence can predict, how often people will end up in hazardous conditions or will endanger their lives, but that's not what we want to have. Of course, we still have a panel participant who hasn't shared his opinion yet. He's a very unique person. He's kind of sitting on the opposite side on his own, and he's watching the situation with a different set of eyes. Denis Sotin from Rosbank, he's a board member. He's a decision maker. So whether to invest into these things or not. So things that we hear from our colleagues. So maybe Denis could share with us. So as a financial person in terms of investments, so is it true? Does it deserve to be supported? Thank you and good afternoon. I'm not really sitting on the opposite side of things. If you talk about client-orientedness, any major bank works with clients, with large companies. So we need to know our clients. I know a lot of people in the corporate businesses through Rosbank and in other banks who know very well their technological processes. In one of the previous banks that doesn't exist anymore because he joined the VTB group, those who were responsible for lending to Russian railways, they knew all the details, they knew all the cars they used, etc., etc. So this client-orientedness in B2B, we as banks, we need to understand what clients work with, our clients that get loans from us. So bank is in a unique situation. I'm talking about Rosbank and generally speaking, because you have different clients. We have retail clients, we have large corporations, we have international corporations, we have SMEs. So we know different models of how to work with clients, and we understand what happens around. At least I can propose this hypothesis. So the question was, why do we come back to this question of client-orientedness? At least in the financial sector with the banks, we started to work. So we were client-oriented, but we followed a template. So we saw it like that. Okay, we have several client profiles, and we use those profiles to work with clients. But then situation changed quickly, client preferences changed quickly. People don't want the things they used to want. So like those Ford cars used to be all black. Now they want they want to have a fast car but doesn't consume any gasoline, and they want a specific model, a specific brand, etc. So client preferences change quite rapidly, and the environment becomes digital, technological, and also impacts behavior, consumer behavior. So in the client's environment, we have different cross sections. It's not one or two clients. With each year, we see how client behavior changes, and in industry, I think situation is very similar. Like you said, even major industrial companies should understand who is out there in the end, who's the end consumer, because you don't produce it for yourself. You produce it to those to whom you supply your products. You need to understand this is a one chain that should satisfy the needs of the final consumer. Once you see this chain from end to end, then you will see what needs to be changed in your own behavior. And digital technologies are key here, because without automation, without understanding and management of changes, and artificial intelligence is not only an instrument to cut costs, but also it's a chance to better understand where client preferences are going. Without it, it's impossible to track it. Another correct thought that I heard is that some small companies, startups as we call them, so people there have a different perspective. So they start with being focused on the client. There's the problem that needs to be resolved, and so those ideas, maybe they lack the resources or they need to help. So that's why large companies need to look at them, because those people have very good ideas oftentimes, and they start developing things, and they are changing things, and the ideas that were recently, like a small company proposed this company, and that sounded unconventional, but it can be used and it can change a lot of things. So small companies do come to you with their big ideas. We started to work with small companies that have big ideas, and there's some interesting ideas out there. So now it's not a company, it's a group of young people who have some ideas. So young people from 18 to 25, they have ideas that sound very paradoxical, but they may become mainstream a few years later. That's quite obvious. That's very interesting to learn about that. So I didn't think that Rosbank was actively interested in young people, so happily my opinion has changed. Actually, Rosbank Group is very interested in changing and attracting young people, and so I'm talking about Rosbank and Société Générale, because we understand how people change. So our panel is a place for discussions. So the second round we will offer for them to comment or maybe to expand their initial ideas. But I also have this proposal to make. Let's do two things at the same time. We have said many things, but they sound beautiful, perhaps beautiful, but too general, and our visitors may be a little bored. So whoever speaks next, try to include one brief, simple example of real implementation of a digital solution that changed lives and operations of a specific company, regardless of this comment, whatever your comment is. So I would like to start with Boris, and I have my own interest here because I know that SAP has a great example with Harley Davidson. Yes, we have many examples. Harley Davidson, it's a great bike. Men really like it. So I work with specific industrial companies in specific cases. So when we talk about client orientation, we know what client want. They want something fast, something beautiful, and something affordable. So how can digital technologies or IT systems or Internet of Things, how they can help meet all those three requirements? So if we ask a specific company, where do you start? Because we have representatives. So you go to the company, and there are two issues that when you work with an industrial company, first of all, the question is why. Okay, you put sensors everywhere. You have those 5-axis machine tools, but what has it changed? Nothing. So first of all, you need to understand why do you do this? Why do you do this digitation? Why do you make those investments? You need to have a clear idea of your goal, of your objective. So let's talk about metallurgy. You may know that like to make a standard product is a difficult thing for metal workers. So they normally, if you order something, you know that it's going to take months. So Severstal decided to reduce the time to a month, to do it faster and to provide a customized product in a month. And they were able to achieve that. But how? Because you need to change many things to get there, and internet stores and other things. Those are elements of achieving a goal that a company pursues, and reduce the time to market. It can be quickly, like colleagues said. They talk about Industry 4.0, digital manufacturing. That's when you reduce the design phase. You can talk about digital models, etc. But if you, how much time does it take to develop a new model? Look at those turbines with sensors, etc. So when did they start the design? MS-21, the plane. Its design got started when? Okay, let's move to the next one. So it reduces the time of the design phase. Time to market time is reduced. Holidays. May we go back? In fact, it's one of the simplest tasks. Harley-Davidson clients are very patient people. They're not patient at all. Sorry. So the idea was to make sure they quickly get the bike they want. There are so many hundreds of options. They want to have a mirror that looks like that, etc., etc. So configuration of that motorbike, putting it on the production conveyor, and getting the actual product. So do we have anybody who works in conveyor production and machine building? So go back to production, and how many configurations can be produced at the same time on your conveyor? So that'll be the answer. So you either produce a black car for all of them, or maybe multicolored cars with different options. But McLaren is a good case, who won in McLaren Group. There's McLaren Technology Group, so they changed the name of the company to reflect the fact that when they started business, the technology of new engines, of new cars. So now it's called McLaren Technology Group. So then going forward, they collect a lot of data, 3 terabytes per day in Formula One. They analyze F1, so they analyze etc., etc. So that's and the goal is to be the fastest and the best car.
And one more important thing. I talked about the reduction of the life cycle, rather the design cycle. Let's talk about service. How do you sell spare parts? How do you work with customers' applications? Over 75% of the companies, according to Oxford Economics survey, believe that service is a new source of income for the company. And when we talk about life cycle management, when you design, say you design a piece, an object, when you produce a batch. But when the client owns something, you start maintaining a specific item, and servicing the specific items offers a colossal advantage to industrial businesses. Russia is 1/6 of the world territory, land surface. So, and still people say it's too small for KAMAZ and other Russian producers. Yet through expanding the market, entering external markets, assuming competitive fights with foreign companies. So you can develop new soft, come to us. Well, Siemens work with us. So develop your solutions and disseminate them over countries that cover the rest of the land. Evgeny, you still up to a debate? And again, any of your presentations, please accompany those with an example. For example, a startup from Free that you are proud of. Yes, thank you. Artificial intelligence is not gonna learn by itself. It needs to have the data about the usage of a particular object by a client. For example, when I fly an aircraft, people say about Wi-Fi in Aeroflot. So I hear about it, I fly a lot, but I cannot buy Wi-Fi. So I cannot offer this feedback within a plane on board. So right now, as a passenger, I do not contribute to Aeroflot big data collection. So sensors need to be installed, and integrators, if sensors are already installed, integrators need to be invited to help collect the data for the artificial intelligence, to have something to work with, for it to be able to learn and make good forecasts. Secondly, speaking about digital services, there are two approaches of working with big data. Number one is when we look for a particular startup that works with big data, with analytical data. It can be Skolkovo, it can be Free, other companies. You just find a working company you can start a pilot with, and see how you can be more client-orientated with the help of the startup that was already able to identify this key pain of your clients. Number two, if you are not able to find a startup like that, you can try and work with specialized laboratories. In Free, we launched our own internal laboratory that works with big data, and corporations make use of it. For example, Michelin, NL, work with them, a Russian metro work. So they bring data from their sensors, and yet they don't know how to become more client-orientated, or we know, but we don't know how to become client-orientated. In such a case, we take a sample of this data and help produce prototypes for the companies. And if we were able to identify this key pain, together with the cooperation with the industrial enterprise, we can transform into a product that can be of interest to the market and launch it either on Russian or international markets. But here comes the question: how can we be sure that this product can be successful? We have our Rostec colleagues with a specific case. They have an instrument that they want to bring to the market, and together we are discussing whether this instrument is going to be in demand. We have an accelerator format 3 months' time, a service, a startup that we developed within ourselves or just found on the market, we just train them hard on all market liaisons, marketing, sales, internal procedures, and in 3 months we can offer a educated guess whether the product is gonna impact the market or not. Well, obviously, if you do it by yourselves, it will take you more than 3 months. And here you have an opportunity to be vigilated by about 200 market experts online, where industry doesn't have to be necessarily that strong. So I'm calling for you to avoid trying do something of your own, but use the tools and mechanisms that are available on the market. If you could give a specific real-life example. So coming back to Harley-Davidson topic, there is a Russian startup in which we recently invested. The guys are building a digital production model, and they use this model to show how it would work if everything was ideal, and then they offer a modeling tool. It can either be your own or a tool provided by consulting companies that can find bottlenecks and offer debottlenecking. These guys are called FGSoft. We're running several pilots now, one of them at KAMAZ plant, and you can imagine that 7 times faster production is a good example of that. If I may make another small statement, on the 25th of July we will have a workshop for corporations about working with digital technologies, where to find those and how to work with them. It will be held in Moscow, so I invite everyone, partners at idf.ru. Vladimir, do you agree with what just been said? I know that you have a beautiful example of what could be called Uberization of the industry. I think it may have become a bit trite, but in your case, it's substantiated. Well, Uberization sounds funny for me. Konstantin said an important thing, that in order to be client-orientated, you need to see 2 steps ahead into the business of your clients, of your customer. And by way of building up on this, the example that Dennis just mentioned, this is rather simple. You will see a booth of Ministry of Industry and Trade in Pavilion 2, and a lot of you will have been there already. Our president visited it yesterday, and the idea of using digital technology as a way of new driver for machine building and industry as a whole can be split into several segments for small and medium businesses, startups, and major businesses. Unfortunately, not taking into account digital technology and the new reality of the current economics leads to a stagnation of a large chunk of industry. The example that was referred to is the creation of links using digital twin in order to optimize the use of production capacities of large industrial businesses, at the same time offering digital security implemented by our partners from Kaspersky Lab, using the technology for any creators of any new products. These can be small organizations or large industrial companies, in order to reasonably and effectively load the production capacities. Harley-Davidson or MS-21 aircraft were mentioned more than once, and you can see the example of using of that system based on MS-21 aircraft or PD-14 agent. Well, it's not something new. In Europe, in Japan, in Southeast Asia, in US, it has been being done for a while. For us, the most important thing is the new technology capacity that is available in Russia. MS-21 is not an example of client orientation. It's more an example of technology. In 2007, the designing phase started, but end of May, it flew for the first time. If you look back at the time of the Second World War, for example, design to production took just months, several months. Why are we moving so slowly? And why we strive to speed up, use different technology, including digital technology, to increase the speed of everything? Because clients' demands are so intricate, are so complex, that in order to implement them, the level of complexity, the number of technologies used is so high that it cannot be implemented without the digital technology. Let me get technical a little bit. In the middle of the 70s, system engineering principles were formulated, new approaches to design. In order to implement those principles, it took us essentially up to now. One of the first aircraft that where these principles are used, formulated, let me remind you, over 40 years ago, is A350 that had a demonstration flight in Le Bourget airfare. So these principles are essentially basic client orientation principles, creation of vision, how this or that product is going to use, decomposing, and creation of the product itself. However, lack of the digital technology and the way of data representation and further processing. I'm talking about design documentation, preparation for production, manufacturing. So the level of last century's 70s didn't allow for this to happen. Boeing 747, which started flying in '64, I think, and the engine it used had about 5,800 of elements in its engine. Those who are from engine building understand that today similar engines have about 30,000 components. This complication is manifold, and old principles can no longer be used. MS-21 is an example of what can be the starting point. If an organization is technologically capable to do something, then the next step will be to start building a relationship with the client. But without that, it won't be able to produce what it intends to. Vladimir, did you participate in the design of the company? Yes, we were the suppliers of the development tools for the preparation of production of this aircraft. We upgraded the software during the design stage. So we involved in testing and analysis of the data. Oh, here we have a great story of chain starting from Haleth going through KAMAZ to aircraft. I see that Konstantin is actively taking notes. I believe he's ready to say, and I'm asking for real-life examples.
I can just talk about those examples because it will take more of our time. It will take more of the time that we have, but let me give you some examples. It may sound like an advertisement, but if moderators, I even wanted to mention some of the companies by name. So what is interesting here, there's this model when you have startups and major companies. You remember that term in telecoms, the last mile? So that's about this cherry on the cake. So to reach the client, to make sure everything is great on that end, so it works in line with all the changes taking place. It would be quickly adjustable. So oftentimes large products are not very adaptable for these external environments. So those startups can be very effective as an additional layer for large companies. Like Beirut company, the SAP colleagues know. So there's enterprise company that SAP developed. Beirut is a startup that further developed a solution, basically making it's like express delivery service. It's like NVIDIA uses them to manage their express delivery services. This is client-orientedness as we discuss it here. And so the system is focused on processing thousands of orders per day, per hour. So of course the quality of integration, whether it's able to work in this two-sided mode with large ERP system, but it's still in a great example where added value is generated when you have a major company and the startup and they come together. Another solution that I want to mention, colleagues talked about service and the service after sales services, and also services when products become not a product but they become a service. So, and the service component is very important. So service cannot be done without a high quality interface for client. It's omni-channel. It should be user friendly, and the client is to use the proper channel. So there's an interesting startup that works on that. So they develop dialogue service systems. So we talk about robots, etc. But this is an automation of interactions. So basically, on the one hand, call centers have less workload, and they are not cheap, by the way. And also, if you have a right approach and if you train those robots, in fact, they're able to deal with complicated tasks. And so those services are multiple. So they even hire people using those robotized services. So that's perhaps the second act of this ballet. They're service-oriented, client-oriented services, and they're internal processes. Yes, the last thing that I wanted to cite as an example, because it's right there in front of my eyes, Optia Mega company, which is, from my perspective, can you raise your hand so we could see, okay? So I would be happy if you later talk to them, because this example is a good one, and the sad example at the same time, because colleagues developed and they're selling on global markets products for automatic design of aircraft wings. And for those who knows about it, so like with your example, so the time of design time of the full cycle, it can be it's 5 or 7 times shorter. So it's not just a percentage of, but that technology should really change the culture, production culture, drastically. So this entrance barrier, what can be more client-oriented? If you accelerate a design phase for such a sophisticated product by multiple times, it's become so much shorter. But it doesn't work, because what we face another problem, which is related. It's inertia, culture, whatever you call it, other factors that greatly slow down implementation of these breakthrough technologies. And so of course you can talk to us, our institutes of developmental institution, and you talk to government authorities, because we are there to remove the barriers and provide incentives for implementation. But that's the way it is. So Denis, it's your turn. Do you agree? So maybe it's not interesting to put that question to you, but so are there any things that you've heard that you would like to argue about, or maybe you have an interesting example? So maybe arguing, I have nothing to argue about. So people just express the same ideas in different ways. So when we talk about startups and the last mile, that's a great example, because the experience that I have analyzed those startups in finances, the ideas that we looked at. So people propose ideas which are right there within our hands reach, but many people just look over them. But they may be very important for the client, and they see it, and it's very important, easy to implement it. So they can be added to our basic services. And another point that was mentioned, it's a bit simpler for us, because we're not an industrial company. So when we talk about digital transformation, we should not forget it's not only about digital technologies. Another important point is the transformation of how the company works. It's a transformation of culture, and work is organized in a different way. We have a successful example. For 3 years, we have this global vertical structure of investment business. They started this transformation about 3 years ago, being focused on the client needs. So that was a serious transformation. So it's not just to cut costs, but it's to transform the way we work, in terms of products, product teams, and otherwise. So right now, that vertical structure has developed over 140 applications that help to meet the needs of final clients, including large corporations. So we talk about sophisticated products, investment products, and products for corporates. So that was organizational transformation, and it works. So we refocused on client, and it was not just declared, but it helped us to achieve greater results compared to what we had this, you can say that we had this factory, it used to work well, efficiently, but client needs, they've been changing. So those teams were restructured, so we were able to improve the way we work, and this vertical business in Rosbank, and that experience was replicated in other areas. So we will see this transformation basically going across the country. So, thank you, colleagues. Our time is up. We have 2 minutes, if I may. You said so to reduce the life cycle. That's very important. Another important thing for the client is affordability. That means they pay only for the things they actually use, and so for those who need to buy new machine tools, they would like to get machine tools and pay for them from the produced using the sales of produced products. So when the producer, then the machine tool becomes a service provided by its manufacturer. So machine tool is a service, so that's a different perspective. You can ask Fanuc, Siemens, and others and hear from them how can you capital investments or can become your operational costs. So bank play an important role here. So project funding, financing is important here. So the issue of trust is important. So, but you need to knowing client is important, but you also need to be closer to the client, and I think it's about partnership really. So we discuss those products informally behind the scenes, but you need to have full understanding. It's not one life cycle in one client, but how we work with the end user, and the bank should facilitate this whole transaction, should help become it a reality. And our organizations and our client orientation is impacted by these new technologies. So when when the manufacturer and the bank work together for the sake of the final user, this is how it works. I had this idea. I heard, maybe you correct me if I got it wrong, that innovation is about client-orientedness. I like it, the way this formulation, but maybe responsibility should be added. So it's not only director for, maybe you should have a director for innovation and a director for client-orientedness. Perhaps that person can collect data on clients, how they interact. He can develop those consortiums to provide services, applications, and to have KPIs to make sure how much the company earned, because it's more innovative, it's more client-oriented. And for me, these terms are almost synonymous. Of course, the level of trust should be there. So colleagues, we have time for one last remark from all of you, that you maybe just to summarize our discussion. So let me start with you. Come to us and we will have a discussion, we'll have a conversation, and we'll learn about your needs and we'll help you with. So Siemens really helped us with when we develop solutions for them. We learn so much. Vladimir, thank you for the opportunity to mention that application, that specialized application for industry, MindSphere. So to use the potential of Internet of Things in management, to when you manage a fleet of machine tools. So I heard from two of the colleagues here this question related to culture. So constant interaction and participation in different projects with our clients, with large industrial holdings. So they really highlight this problem, that what may be nice and beautiful in a small company, in a startup, in that kind of business, but may not work at all in our mega holdings. And that's a problem, that from my perspective, is of greatest relevance right now in our country. Thank you, Konstantin. Just once again, I will repeat what I said before, that for those for whom innovation and client-orientedness is a path to the future, find the time, find the opportunities to learn about startups and how they do it. That should be enriching, that should be helpful to your business, even if you don't use it. At least you will know what's going on in the industry and what your competitors are doing, and you should spend time on this. Thank you, Evgeny. And since I already, I invite you to come on July 25th, those who would like to work with startups, and you, Konstantin, you're also invited. Thank you. In fact, you already summarized what our discussion. But technology, we have plenty of technologies out there, many solutions out there. They'll be developing further, but you need to start with yourself, and you should not be afraid to change something. Oftentimes, changes, innovations require different perspective on the things you're used to. Thank you very much, colleagues. I thank all the participants and the visitors. I saw that there were some questions in the whole audience. Unfortunately, we cannot have a Q&A session in our format, but you can talk to our panelists informally. Thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Вот этот уже работает.
А радио и радио работают, да. Здравствуйте, коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We will start in about a minute. So I hope that we will use the information technologies. That is why everyone will need the panel or a board. So we would also like all of the experts to get an individual voting boards. And on this screen, we will also have presentation and voting procedures. That is why I would like you to approach the stage, because you will be able to see everything better on the screen. So perhaps we will start. So we'll just wait for about a couple of minutes.
Так, уважаемые коллеги, мы совсем...
Dear colleagues, we will start in 1 minute. So I would like each of you to get a small white voting board, because we will use it. We will have an unusual format of our roundtable.
Коллеги, ну давайте начинать. Наш круглый стол посвящен...
So we will start our roundtable devoted to personnel in digital age. So when we'll have digitalized manufacturing models, new business models, what is going to happen with the personnel? What kind of personnel we will need, whether we will need personnel at all. So we will try to capture 4 key topics. The first one will be related to the requirements to personnel. We will also have to keep in mind on how the requirements of the employer will change towards the employees, what the educational institutions would do, what would the power, what would the authorities would do in order to be able to provide a successful meeting of all of the people involved in this dialogue. So as I have already warned you, the format of our roundtable will be unusual, because we will ask not only the opinion of the experts, but also we will ask all of you about your opinion. So you will be active participants of this roundtable. We will do it by means of online voting. So we will proceed with the next slide. First of all, we'll just introduce ourselves, and we will be able to test on how everything works. So let's have a look. Who is here? Well, I think that we have an open voting. So far, I would like you to identify yourself, whether you are an HR director or an IT individual or a consultant, or you represent an educational authority, maybe local authorities, maybe workers, maybe students. I don't know if we have any students in the audience. Please press the button 10 means 0. And what we see in the first place, we have CEOs, we have the heads of companies, we have HRs, and we have IT, and we have students. May I ask students to stand? Who are the students? Let's applause for the students, how many students we have. So thank you very much for joining us. And we will have certain moments when we will ask you questions. Now let's move forward. And before Sergei Matsotsky will tell us about what's going to happen in future, we will ask you, not about what's going to happen in future, but at what speed this future will approach us. Everyone is saying that this digital future is approaching us at a rapid speed, but based on the forecast, it's going to approach us maybe in 1 year or in 50 years. So far, this forecast is very different. So let us not show the voting at the moment, but I would like to remind you that our voting is open. And now we will speak about what people are speaking a lot about it. Hands-free vehicles. In the developed countries, the majority of cars will be hands-free cars or not. Please vote on this. It's very interesting to listen to your opinion. This will be the opinion of the INNOPROM audience. What people think and what they feel. I would like to remind you that we still have the open voting. If you haven't pushed the button, please push it. And then I would like to ask you, not about your opinion, but about your forecast. What would be the winning peak? I think it will be about 2030, maybe 2029, 2032. This is a prediction of a peak. And as far as I know, Dmitry Sudakov has a different opinion. So I do agree. I think will be 2035. Well, let's have a look. We have number 5. At least our forecasting capabilities from the point of view understanding of our audience are maintained. And now I would like to ask two of you which button you pushed. So I pressed button number 6, and I pressed number 3. But nevertheless, you see how different the views are. I would just like to say that it's not an evident issue. 12% are saying that it's going to happen in 3 years, and there are some people who say that, and their opinion is appropriate as well, that it will never happen, or maybe in dozens of years. And now let's get back to production. Those who visited our session previously remembers that production in some branches of industry is more slow in terms of development. Let's look at the auto manufacturing. Let's look at the majority of the countries, whether it's going to be robotized. We will have almost no mechanic professions, and we should understand by which year we will have it completely robotized. Let me add other presenters. I would like to listen to what Kirill thinks about it, your forecast. The forecast, not your opinion, but the forecast. What do you think? How people would vote? Well, as for robotization, I would say 2029. Oh, also, you are moving around 2030. So let's have a look what we have. We see that this graph is shifted to a later period of time. What we're going to discuss, the peak of it is going to happen about 2035 or in dozens of years or never. And the last question we would like to ask, and we will listen to what Sergei Matsotsky thinks about it. What about Russia? Maybe Russia is going to be a well-developed country, maybe the same figures or maybe other figures. When production or manufacturing in Russia will be robotized? It will be very interesting to listen to the opinion of the audience of INNOPROM. This voting is open, and I would like to ask Dmitry Voloshin, your forecast. When is going to happen in Russia? I would like that I will be a pessimist, and I think it will be in 2049 and further. I think the audience will have the same opinion. And what about you? I think I have the same opinions the audience has. Well, yes. So speaking about Russia, and judging by our consensus in forecasting, we're speaking about the personnel that is going to appear in about 20 years. We think we don't have other questions for votes, and we proceed with the next slide. And before starting to speak about personnel, I would like to ask Sergey to tell us about what a digital production is, what a digital production company is, and when it's going to happen. So thank you very much. Please don't think that it's an absolute vision. It's probably more of a bait rather than a presentation, bait for discussion. So what I would like to speak about, I would like to outline those ideas that are associated with HR and the personnel and the role people would play in the future productions. If possible, I would like to have a look at the first slide. So I think everyone in this audience hall, everybody knows who is Ray Kurzweil, was singularity theory. I think he's the technical director for Google, and this is his scale. And he was the one who predicted what is going to happen in the recent, in the forthcoming 5 years. I'm not going to speak about it in details. We proceed with the next slide. Well, I would just like to say that we're all real people, and we are to work in real productions. We are CEOs in companies, and we are the employees of these companies, and we are to proceed with a business plan. And we should plan not only for 1 year, but for about 3 years in order to be able to develop the development models. And we need these predictions or forecasts to be detailed, because if we look at Ray Kurzweil's prediction for 10 or 20 years ahead, it's great. It's nice. It's interesting. We can dispute on it, but we do not feel our relationship or attitude towards it. But when we speak about the 3-year scale, then it has relation to us, and we should live with it somehow. So if we have a look at the next slide, what I would like to speak about, I would like to give a few examples. Who remember when Uber appeared in Russia? How many years? The audience said 1 year ago. No, you're kidding. Let's vote on this. So it's about 3.5 years ago when Uber appeared in Russia. And this is the company that broke the entire industry of taxi transportation. Broke not from the point of view that this industry disappeared, but the rules of this industry were absolutely different. It has different laws. It has another center of profit. This industry changed dramatically. Everyone knows about Netflix as well. This is the company that started with DVD disc grant, and then now it's a company with capitalization of $60 billion, and which exceeds GBO capitalization up to 3 times that used to be the biggest manufacturer of media content at the American market, and which also broke this industry. I think not many people knows about Samomed. It's a very interesting company that was established by American Turkish Oscar Kebar. They are involved in biotechnology, and they learned to rule WNT gene that is responsible for cell division. And they learned on how to rule this gene, and they learned how to grow hair. And now they regenerate the joints of the human body, and now they are at the fourth stage on testing the vaccine that would allow regeneration of joints. There is industry in America that provides services for substitution of joints in knees. It's a well-developed industry. They have new types of materials, a lot of serial surgeries. The total amount of money that is annually spent in this industry is about $100 billion. And you should just imagine that in 1 year, these guys would finish their tests and they will launch this vaccine in the market. And I think then this industry would die. The reason why I'm telling this is that no one knows on how this technology would develop in the future. And in many cases, you will get an invention from those industries that you don't know anything about it. And in many cases, it would be nothing, because if you feel yourself a winner, and you might feel that you are probably in the most straightforward technology, something would happen that would turn you to nothing. We proceed with the next slide. I would also like to tell you briefly about 3 major changes that are happening right now with clients, with technologies, and with economy. If we speak about clients, I'm not going to speak about every detail of it, but I would just like to mention that consumption is changing dramatically in the world. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but what I would like to say is the fact that we see that Z generation is coming. They have different values, they have different motivation, different model of life. And the limit of material consumption in the world has already been achieved. We cannot use more than one vehicle. The cost of material production is going down. And we see the more the cost is, the more not material is. It's more associated with brand, with market approaching, with design. And it provides you another type of an opportunity to model this production, and it provides new opportunities for the players to approach the markets. We see how demography is changing. It used to be for VIP people, but now it's accessible for ordinary people. If we look at food industry, we see the dramatic changes happening in it. We see how people go to restaurants, what they consume, how their food ratio is changing. We see a dramatic change in it in recent 5 or 10 years. We see the mass customization of manufacturing, and we also see that it changes technology rapidly. And it will be on request manufacturing just for a person to consume it. If we speak about technology, I'm not going to stop on this issue. I would just like to tell you that the technologies appear and disappear dramatically. We see a very limited list of those technologies appearing in the market. I would just like to say one thing and to mention one thing. Do you remember on how recently we started to speak about chatbots and computer robots? Do you remember how much time passed since we started to speak about it and since we started to implement it? About a year or a year and a half. Well, mass appearance. In 1 year, year and a half, we face these technologies on a daily basis. We see it's permanently acting in our everyday life. We don't even know that this is the technology, but it's actively involved in our life. And we see on how it is happening and how it is influencing the economy. And what I would also like to say, this is a kind of a swirl that is punching these branches of industry that are getting reorganized in the recent years. We cannot assume which areas would be ahead and which would come later, but in 10-15 years, nothing will be left that would not be involved. It means that it will be the new technologies as well as business models that will be built up on new principles, principles of consumptions, principle of organization, and principle of development of this added value. And it is very difficult to predict it or to make forecasts. And now, getting back to our current discussion, what we are supposed to do, because we are those who will be employed in the companies that is associated with the personnel, and personnel is very inert. We cannot consider that in 2 years we will totally renew the personnel, but we will have to spend time on adopting this personnel, on training a personnel. We have nothing more permanent as human. This is a kind of a pre-word to the discussion, but I would like to speak about 3 major things that would happen. The first one is that the simple processes will vanish, and it will happen rapidly. I think those call centers in that format that they exist will disappear in about 2 or 3 years. They will not exist because for very simple processes, people will not need call centers. Everything is digitalized. And for complex processes, they would not call centers because they will not able to provide any assistance for a person online. All of us, we all expect for the accountants profession to die because it's digitalized, but it never dies because things are getting more and more complex. But I think this will happen in the nearest future. Number 2, I would also like to say that looking at my own company, I see these dynamics. About 5 or 6 years ago, when we provided a task to look for people, we mainly designed the hard skills we would need. This was related to the knowledge, the professional knowledge, the skills of an individual. But now, more and more, we formulate the soft skills, those skills and knowledge that are not associated with occupational skills, but they are associated more with the ability to learn, adaptation in the group, and ability to learn. And another opinion I would like to say, which is very provocative, living in this digital age and in our struggle for personnel, in this struggle between a machinery or a bank, we will not see this boundary because those will be locations where people will need the same quality of people who will be capable of improving this production, solve those issues, solve all those problems, create new models and business processes, and process the data. Probably this is what we are going to discuss, and this is what we will talk about. Thank you, Sergey. I think we will be able to switch to the presentation, and the first topic we would like to discuss is we will discuss how requirements to personnel will change. Let's imagine the digital age has already started, and real digital production do exist nowadays. And before we proceed, I would like to ask you to open the next slide. And before asking our experts, Dmitry Sudakov and Kirill Varlamov, about how the requirements to personnel would change, I would like to ask you. I will ask you 2 questions, and maybe then Kirill and Dmitry will be easier, or maybe it will be more difficult for them to provide answers. Let us imagine a production facility, digital production facility. And I will ask 2 questions about the leaders or the heads of departments or about ordinary workers. Speaking of those, what will be the major excellences they would need? Maybe the knowledge and the skills in IT, maybe production technologies, then you would press the second button. Maybe they would have to know everything about sales and marketing, on how to promote the products. Number 4 is creative and art thinking, the ability to think, ability to find inevident ways of solution of tasks, probably ability to solve tasks, and the soft skills, ability to work in a team. I understand it's very difficult to choose, but is there anything very important that one needs at production? My greatest request for you is just to press one button out of 5. I'm not going to ask for a forecast, just press the button. I would like more and more people to get involved. Let us have a look on what is going on. Very interesting. Very interesting. You've persuaded, Svetlana persuaded everyone. At first session, she persuaded everyone. It's a kind of a creative thinking, ability to think, ability to find solution to untrivial tasks. And the second place is taken by the knowledge in IT. Well, it's very controversial that it takes the second place. And another question I would like to ask you, and then I will give a floor to our experts. I was thinking on how to formulate my question about managers. I just wanted to understand and how to understand the managerial skills and managerial structure in a company. Maybe somebody knows the spiral dynamics model, or if those who don't know, they will understand. On what would be the model for effective digital production? Whether it's going to be a smart hierarchy, what's going to be a rule of success? Is it going to be a smart army? Or will it be the combination of commands, the green culture of agreement, or it will be that creative individuals capable of solving tasks without any bosses, temporary commands? I would like you to vote for this. I would like to listen to what people think of. I know what German Gref believes in, but I would like to have a look at what you believe in. And based on your judgments, we will be able to understand what kind of managers and leaders we will need. Because for every type of a company, we would need their own leaders. Let's have a look. Well, it's a brilliant question because it splits the audience into 3 equal groups, almost equal groups. We see that the third part of people present here considers that they will have the smart army. And now I would like to give the floor to Dmitry. First of all, what you would say about it, what kind of personnel we would need in digital age?
Well, this is a rather tricky issue, tricky question, because judging on the research we are doing now, we got the following picture. The smart production, which, according to the voting, will never come to Russia. This smart production will be the sphere where the human capital will be both high level, and the productivity will be very high. And on the other hand, there will be very few people in it. In the few decades, we are about to see the transfer which happened in agriculture for 70 years, where 60% of the population used to work. We see that the industrial model, the smart factory model, it has many names, Industry 4.0 or whatever. So these models will have very few personnel because there is the same situation with the agriculture. And the requirements to these people will be extremely high. That is why it was very difficult for me to vote for ordinary personnel. Ordinary personnel will need very deep knowledge from in IT sphere, in production sphere, and very, very fundamental knowledge. I'm not sure about the third category, but the audience agrees with me. Because the sales and marketing will be based on platform solutions. And of course, the creativity is a no doubt issue. I voted for the fifth category. If we're talking about today, this is the issue of responsibility, because if we go to this economy, the responsibility of production goes also to responsibility for those we are hiring. We are hiring now because, for example, we were discussing with shell pipes. First, the people who will create this digital production will be needed, and while creating them, they will kill their own work in production. And after these people will be hired, they will need to go somewhere. But without this fifth category, without the skill to find yourself in the future economy, they will not cope. They will not deal with. So one of these issues, one of the main issues, is what will happen to people who are 45 now, and in several years the economy will change radically. I hope Dmitry Voloshin will tell us about it. In this sense, this new economy needs some preparation, and this is the list, except for the fundamental knowledge and sales, because we have very many sales managers now, and this is the list of skills we need to develop. This list may be added, and there are many points to be added to this list, but this needs a separate discussion. These are requirements the personnel should meet, both the common personnel and the managerial personnel, because this position will be very remarkable. But the issue about the organization of activity is not about the issue of hierarchy, but the issue of changing the world. And I don't believe in the issue of spiral dynamics, because it passed a year ago, and German Osipovich stopped talking about it in his stories. But the skill to readapt and to include the results of one team to the results of the others, this is the issue of the future 5 or 7 years. Even at those production facilities we couldn't imagine today. I think that on the 13th we will be handing out a report with shell pipe session, and while working with this shell pipe, we discovered that their production facilities should be gamified. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine a gamification of pipe production? It's their concept, it's their opinion. I see people laughing in the audience, but 10 years ago, when they were speaking about white metallurgy, they were laughed at in the same way, but now they did it, and there will be their next step. Thank you, Dmitry. Thank you, Kirill. Kirill, what would you say? Well, I have very many things to say. If possible, can you please make it in 4 minutes? What's the question? How will the requirements be changed? How will the requirements to the personnel be changed in the digital era? Well, as for the production, let us say everybody likes history, yes? Everybody likes stories. Let me tell you some stories. Well, as a matter of fact, the Fund for Development Internet Initiatives invests much in IT and IT companies. Now we have about 330 companies in portfolio, and about 90 companies we are buying a year. And my story is connected with the dramatic moment that changed my consciousness. It was connected with one of our startups, in which we invested about 10 billion rubles last year. It was not a very large sum, globally thinking, and it was connected with something that replaced a recruiter 100%. Of course, the staff service remains at the company, but the people who are engaged in outsources are no longer needed. It happened not due to innovations, due to some giant innovations like Facebook or Google, Apple, or Amazon, to which we are accustomed to, but we don't have a firm belief that they will come to Russia and something will happen in our market in 10 years or something like that. This was done by 5 people from St. Petersburg. Now the team is bigger, of course, and they made this for 10 million rubles. And what they did, they deprived several thousand people engaged in recruiting. They deprived these people of their work. Now the team is doubling their turnover, and I think their turnover will be about 200 million rubles next year, and it continues growing. While I'm talking about this, I told this story to my friend, and he told me, you know, in our childhood we were deceived. We watched films in which the robots were engaged in some works which humans would never do. The situation is not so like that. The artificial intelligence rapidly replaces the middle link of labor, middle link of intellectual labor, which seems not so intellectual after all. And so we have just low qualified staff and very qualified staff. This is the tendency which we can track all over the world, and we can count on that. Low qualified work is very paid very low, has very low salary. We have also several startups which I won't talk about for very long. For example, we have legal startup, and which was engaged in commercial courts. So why do we need a court if soon there will be more chance to predict the result of the court digitally? We, for example, have also bank and chatbot, which is more modern than all other bank and has more services on internet than any other bank. So we also have one company which is hiring 25 people. It gives loans and gives predictions due to artificial intelligence on the payback of these loans. It is based on aquarium system. What I'm talking about? This company has now turnover of 800 million a month now, and their turnover will grow next year. It's kind of a credit portfolio, and next year they will hire more people. Does anybody know a bank where they would have 5 people staff and they give a huge amount of loans? No, I don't know such banks. These are just a few examples about changing markets and about changing requirements to this stuff. I won't talk about trends, educational trends. Dmitry Voloshin will talk about it. He knows better than me. And I want to say that as far as predictions are concerned, in the next 10 years in Russia, about 6.5 million jobs will disappear in Russia, and about 25 million jobs will change qualification requirements and skills. If we do nothing about it, then the situation with great unemployment appears in next 2 years, and the high qualified staff will lack also. We have already done the association in the development of human capital together with the Academy of Popular Household. I invite everyone to join this association because it has the task of establishing state policy in the sphere of developing human capital. Now about your question. We have a small study, small research in which we discussed what will be required in the future and what will be not. I have a detailed list, but I won't read it all. I will tell that from the 10 skills which will be required. These 5 skills concern the communication skills, these skills to understand people, to manage people, to serve them. This is the fifth point in this list. So researchers and experts value the 5th point as the most priority. One more point is also connected with creative skills. This is the 4th point here in this list. Thank you very much, Kirill. You know, the experts changed the 2nd and the 1st place in relation to our list. We gave the slightly different rating. Kirill, can you give the 10th list? You told that 5 from 10, and can you name please the 10th point? Sergei Matsutsky asked to do that. I would like to tell that the simplest jobs will disappear in the process of automation. We can see this in the real production facilities. For example, modern technological plant may have a staff of 500 employees, and all others may be made redundant. So let's move further, dear colleagues. One more slide, and let's remember that not only production will change, but maybe people also, people themselves would want to have something different. We're talking about different requirements from business and production facilities, but maybe people will also demand something from the job place and from the requirements as well. Before approaching this question, before asking you, Julia, let me ask you the following question. Please, can you move on to the next slide? We were talking about the professional qualifications, and now let us ask about generations, age generations present here. I'm talking about generation theory. Can you see the years here? You can vote now. Maybe Z generation here or Y generation here. X generation, this is about me, up to 1981. And there may be also baby boomer generation representatives. You see, there are 4 cycles during which the repetition of psychological characteristics takes place. Let us see what representatives are here. There is no Z generation representatives here. We have X generation, and a very interesting thing that X generation as representatives exceed the X generation representatives are less than Y generation representatives here. So X generation representatives are slightly bigger, maybe. But at our roundtable discussion, the proportion is slightly different. And we also have baby boomer representative generation. Can you move on the next slide? There will be 2 more questions separately to X generation and Y generation. I would like to ask, first of all, if you believe that the new generation, X, Y, and Z, differ fundamentally, because there is no long-term research showing that these are not age peculiarities that matter, but generation peculiarities. And all the results which are shown here are concerned with the X generation and Y generation. I will talk about this after the voting. Here you can see the 3 answers, options for answers. First is about the same, and the second option concerns about age difference. It's just age that matters. And the third option concerns about other issues that matter. Can you vote for your option? It's very interesting to hear. It would be very interesting to hear what Julia Khanjina will say about it, because there is actually an active discussion about generation topics. Let us see the results of the poll. Okay. we have number 3, leading point of the differences are important. I know 2 studies that show that inside the family that the correlation of values of X and Y generation is higher than between the generation itself. And the second study was done at the plant, and it showed that Y generation, less Y generation representatives at the production facilities of Russia are the same. Now 2 questions. Let us see separately X results and Y results. Now I would ask everyone to choose the answer. But in the first vote, I would like to ask only X generation representatives to vote. So the question is, do you think that the value of X generation have the following trends? You can push 2 buttons, and 2 options will be accounted for. And you also can push 8, considering that everything said above is myth. And the first 7 points listed here are about the researches of differences and between X generation and Y generations. I would ask only X generation representatives now, please, to vote. X generations, please. X generation representatives, can you please vote? What are the 2 trends, according to your opinion, are more important for Y generation? Let us see. Very surprising. We have a quarter of X generation representatives considering everything that is a myth, and the majority of X representatives think that Y representatives think that the content of work is more important than money. Now let's see if Y generation representatives agree with you. The voting is open. Y generation representatives are invited to vote. The same question. If you confirm that your values in comparison with X generation are the same, please push the button. You can push 2 buttons, and they will be counted. When you push 2 buttons, the signal takes more time to reach. Now let's see the results. Yeah, yes, they confirm. Yes, the content of work is more important than money. Maybe the employees should be proud of it or should be sad about it. And it second place, and the second place goes to self-realization. As for X generation representatives, the result was a little bit less, but similar. You know, it seems like X generation representatives know their Y counterparts. And the Y counterparts think that these trends are still present. Now I would like to give the floor to Julia Hanjina, and I would like to hear your opinion about the expectation of new generations. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would agree with Kirill that within one discussion, all questions are impossible to answer. But first of all, let me tell about the poll, which was done just now. I voted for the content being more important than work, and this is confirmed by the generation I was working with. If we are talking about some generation feature, then we are facing with the following issue: the younger generation, the Z generation, would want to gain the results immediately. My practice, my experience shows the same. The strategy of gaining very quick result, of building the career for more years to come, it means that nowadays people are planning their professional development more, and it conforms to the logic, our logic of continuous education for all life. People show that they are ready to study constantly and to acquire new skills and to see the quickest results of their labor. This discussion is very important, and I would like to say that for the first time yesterday at the main plenary session with the participation of major companies, the track about how this stuff will look like in the digital era was discussed separately. It was very important for me to what FANUC Corporation said regarding the system of education, that it will face the necessity to design standard of education and cooperation between a robot and a human being. This statement we are discussing now, that you should learn together with artificial intelligence, educating it as well and educating yourself. This statement is confirmed by our Japanese colleagues who have advanced experience in that. If you followed the discussions attentively, Japan is now discussing Society 5.0. This is the newest trend in discussing digital economy. It is connected to the fact what will happen to the society during digitalization and its simultaneous life with artificial intelligence. Nowadays, little children who understand what technology is and how to use it and to do it to use it for learning, and you also can use it for programming. I voted for the regarding the point concerning IT. You know that the Agency for Strategic Initiatives supporting all educational projects connected with the competences in IT, understanding digital environment and gamification, where every production process can be gamified and simulated and see how human being can cooperate with artificial intelligence. The second statement is connected with the productivity of labor. It's very topical now as well. Our colleagues talked yesterday also that the productivity cannot increase without digitalization and automation. So if we are discussing the requirements of a younger generation, it is connected with the fact that this generation should build their career, understanding that they should develop their competences in cooperation with the so-called new partner in the professional life. As for a younger generation, mobility issue is also at hand. It's understandable. This topic, which is connected now with distant mobility, is going to be discussed within the project, discussed in the project of the digital economy. So mobility concerns with the regulation of remote employment. The second project, Agency for Strategic Initiatives, is involved in the digital economy program. It is connected with the portfolio of competences which will increase during all professional career of a person, and it will be a kind of his or her calling card in the digital era. Of course, the issue of diplomas will also be crucial, but this project will be open to all employees as well. The issue we have just discussed is also very important, and maybe we should try to discuss it at the next INNOPROM. This is the issue of how the requirements to the staff manager will change. Or maybe the intellectual system will hire the people itself, and what will happen with HR personnel, or maybe they will be modified or whatever. As for the world which is being considered by the new generation, and this is about Atlas of New Professions prepared by Agency of Strategic Initiatives together with Skolkovo projects. I think that this atlas will be expanded and modified, and it will be a kind of navigation book on the ways of being in the digital era. As for the people in the unmanned production facilities, I've been to many plants, and the plants which are working in the digital era now, we understand that the issues discussed 3 or 5 years ago, the issues of blending engineering, education, and robot technology is becoming very crucial. This is smart working, and this connected with the requirements to personnel, engineering personnel, which will be very few in number, and this personnel will be very qualified. To sum up, the vision of this younger generation is connected with mobility, with the possibility to learn for the whole life, irrespective of social status or location, and to gain the competences you need to have the access to online technologies and online resources, readiness to work with artificial intelligence, and to build standard of activities together with robots. And the fourth issue is connected with the younger generation taking part in the forming of future itself. Dmitry Nikolaevich Peskov, my manager, told about that already. Told about a young person working in the agency who takes part in making all managerial decisions, and about this representative of our big team, and of course connected with the robots, who will cooperate with you, communicate with you.
Thank you, Yulia, if you have any comments. So just a brief comment. It seems to me that as for Z generation, the major difference from all of us is that they will live through several industrial cycles. Several professional cycles. So we're used to choosing a profession, and we have one and the same professional cycle during our life. Is there anyone who haven't changed the occupation on the way? Could we vote for this about several professional cycles? Because looking at myself, I'm sure that I've changed 3. Maybe we can vote for this. And what I'm sure about is that this Z generation will have not even 2 or 3. They will have multiple professional cycles. And their occupational orientation in any respect is senseless. I would just like to apologize, but this file with his occupational skills would probably have no sense, because probably in future it will have no relation to the next occupational cycle. It will be easier to test you rather than to read your information about you in a file. Maybe you will make this vote. I would just like to do the following thing. Professional cycle, 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe somebody will have 4 professional cycles. Maybe there will be different answers to, but I think that those people who decided to visit INNOPROM are very special people. We'll check on this, but we think of kind of total change of occupation in life. We would just like everyone to understand what the total change of the occupation means. We would launch the voting process. It will be interesting to check. What we asked you to vote for is vote for yourself. Speaking of each of you, how many occupational cycles each of you had? But be honest and just take into consideration just total change of the occupation? Well, Dmitry, how many did you have, and what was the first one? In terms of my background, I used to be an analyst in Prime TAS, and now I'm involved in, well, very complex. I'm the head of the project of the Atlas of New Occupations. Are you sure this is not one and the same occupation? Well, let's have a look at our self-assessment. We had very many people who, based on their self-assessment, maybe just 1/3 of those people who present from the point of view of their self-assessment, maybe we exaggerate to a certain point, but the 2/3 of the audience have already changed their occupation, but they're probably having the closer approach to digital age. Maybe people who live in Ekaterinburg are much closer to what Sergey is speaking about. Let's just get back in terms of this voting. We are speaking about those people who dramatically changed their occupation, but I was not speaking about the job story. I was just thinking about new spheres of excellency. This is related to kind of a matrix, a kind of a cube that is layered by layer. And we discussed the issue of what the occupation is, and will it disappear when we get to digital age? You can take different positions. It seems that you're involved in different types of projects, but you may remain an analyst, or you used to be the sales manager and you remain a sales manager no matter on what position you are. Just getting back to a previous slide with the results. I'd just like to draw your attention to the fact that the world lives in harmony. And what would be in demand during the digital age? The ability to think, to be creative in solving in ordinary tasks. And what about Y and Z generations? What is the most important for them? The work contest or self-realization? How it is stick together? How this how we arrange the meeting of this generation, how we are putting closely those people who are the new generation and who are the old generation. So it just, if the company is ready to have such a demand, it's clear that we would see this happy future in probably dozens of years. And the nearest dozens of years, it will be a torture for the Y generation because they will not meet the requirements. And now getting back to our latest topic, to our last topic in our discussion, so we proceed with the next slide. What about the higher institutions? What are they supposed to do? We have 20 more years ahead, and what are they supposed to do? We are not voting, but we just have a double voting. Once we have students here, and we have representatives of higher education who would just like to have separate opinions, we would like you to vote. So those who were students here, I would like them to get close to stage. We have just one student. Oh, no, not one. 2 students, 3 students, 4. Well, this is a sample. Just I'll go down. I will join you in order not to feel lonely. Dear colleagues, we will see how the world would change. You see the new requirements, the new values. Maybe you would support it, but how the higher educational institutions should change in order to prepare people for the new age. So I would like to have 2 votes. First one, I would like to ask the students to vote. It will be anonymous. We would not know who you are and who presses the button. But then I would like the audience to vote. And I will give the floor to the representatives of higher education institutions. So what are we supposed to change in higher educational education in institutions? So what would be the results? And I would like also you to vote in order not to change your opinion after you see the results of voting of students. We're speaking about training in IT, whether the educational authorities should make a stress on ability to think, on self-education, invitation of leading experts, not to do anything in higher institutional, in higher education institution, but to provide an opportunity to go abroad and to get training, maybe ability to be educated in corporate universities, not in higher institutions. Number 8, we have very good higher educational institutions, so nothing should be corrected with it or changed, or other answer. Just, first of all, I would like to ask 4 of you to vote. What would you select? Let's have a look what is happening. Number 1, they are interested in self-education and thinking, and equal answers on cultivation of entrepreneurship and IT training. Dear colleagues, those who voted for entrepreneurship, could you clarify? We're interested to listen to your opinion. As far as I understand, I voted for number 7. No, I voted for number 7. Then my answer is not taken into consideration. Clear. Then let's make it once again. Maybe somebody else voted. Let's delete the results of that voting, and now we will have only students who will vote. So delete these results. Nobody, please don't. Please, nobody presses the button. And now we have the voting of these 4 individuals. And now we see. So again, we have 2 individuals who are interested in ability to think. One is in IT, and number 7. Very interesting. Please clarify why you think it this way, that nothing should be changed in higher educational institutions. I think that the higher educational institutions provide an opportunity to self-develop and to think. And if somebody wants to get a kind of a detailed knowledge or hard skills, they could be involved in different other trainings, like trainings organized by a Mail.ru group, for example, or they pretend, if they pretend for a certain position, if they know where they would like to get training and what they would like to learn, if they want to be an expert in metallurgy, maybe they will get some training from a certain company. But one could understand, one could treat it in a different way. We have very good higher educational institutions. That's why they provide very good quality of training. And another understanding could be that nothing should be changed because anyway, one will get more detailed knowledge getting employed in a company. So next voting that we've proceeded with, we would like to have a look at your opinion. If the voting is open, let's vote. Let's compare your opinion with opinion of representatives of higher educational institutions. Let's compare it. Not everyone has pressed the button yet. Let's have a look. So number 2 is leading again. There is no difference in generations, in roles. We see basic answers. Number 2 is leading. And second place is taken by number 4, associated with invitation of people from contemporary businesses. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you, students. And let us listen to Sergei Kortov. Thank you. Well, you know, university, due to the fact that it's a federal university, we're incorporating the program 5 to 100. We have 2 strategic sessions, strategic planning sessions, and we were always thinking on what needs to be done. And I was always thinking why we should think only about the year 2025. And last year they asked a question, and the answer was very unexpected. The answer was that by 2030, it may happen that universities will not exist as an institution. It was an answer that inspired the public for discussion. They had a very long discussion, and the conclusion was as follows: universities are 800 years old, and the universities will live as long as the state and the religion will exist. Then we calmed down from the point of view of strategic planning and asked a natural question on how these higher educational institutions would look like in order to be important for the next 800 years. And I completely agree with the result of voting, and well, somehow it's very correct. University is a format and institution in the first turn to which people come and where they try to get certain values. The university forms certain values for a human, and those values, from the point of view of our previous discussion, are absolutely understood. It's related to life in socium, and it's related to values, related to self-development and thinking. And in reality, students, when they come to the university, right now we started enrollment of students into universities. Every year we see higher competition. If we would speak of the funeral of the universities, probably the trend would be different. But how would the university change? We have several hypotheses that are being discussed by our university or by our colleagues. The first one is online education. I don't know whether it's good or not, and how to live with it. The answers could be different, but as for our education, we think that online education should become the part of the modern way of life, students' life, teachers' life, and specialized educational environment in the first turn. And now, well, as for today, we have about 40,000 study on the full-time then we will only keep Volkova, and other institutions will, other universities will generate a kind of educational processes, the results of which are really very uncertain and doubtful. Number 3 is education by projects. This is transition to education by projects to individual educational projects. In our university, for 1.5 years, we were trying to adopt a new educational policy, and it was the 5th time when we discussed it, and we approved it at our scientific council. And after it was approved, we are trying to implement it in practice, and we are trying to distribute it in a mass scale. And the last thing I would like to speak about is that, well, perhaps we should start bringing up values which is becoming a rare thing in our digital age. And this value is the human communication. And I think the university in this respect is a very good place that could sell human communication. And the last, but not the least, I always say that always say it at the meeting of the Union of Entrepreneurs and Industrialists that they always say that we do not graduate the experts of a required level of knowledge. And I always remind them of the law of higher educational institutions. And this is not the obligation of higher educational institution. It's just they provide just the level of higher education. And expert training is an additional option in this law. And it's not provided for everyone, and it could be implemented only jointly with the business society and with the state. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Dmitry Voloshin. Now we give the floor to you. Good afternoon once again. First of all, I would like to express my respect to organizers of this business session. This is the first time where the students were invited for this business session. You know, when we had a meeting in Sirius and we were discussing the involvement of gifted children. Everyone was present there at the discussion, and there was not a single gifted child. So we were discussing how to involve them, where we would bring them from, but we forgot to ask the main character in this discussion. And this is the first time when I see the LEAVE students in this audience. So, well, I heard 2 questions that I'm supposed to give answers to, and I would like to formulate them. The first one is related to tactics on how to provide interaction between businesses, industry, and higher educational institutions in terms of occupational training. So this is going to be the last question. And a previous one is how the university should change. My answer would be no. There should be no changes. We should feel sorry for the higher educational institution because they are always at extremes. You know, they get students from school. They are brought up in a school, and then they come to a university and somebody says, make them creative. But they will not be creative because they're coming from school. Just think of one of our novels when it's a kind of a sun coming in a dark kingdom. If you don't know the creative ways, if you move forward, if you make a step aside, then you will be executed. This is the way how children are trained at school. But if we approach education in a liberal way, if we assess the personality, we would not find many schools of this kind. There are different programs that perform assessment of teaching staff, and they use other approaches to teaching, other kinds of teaching skills. They bring up children in a spirit of free thinking. Then we should understand on how higher educational institutions should change. We should start with school education. I know a wonderful head of Russian Academy of State Service, and he wrote that the major task of a higher educational institution is to select gifted children and then not to interfere in the process of trading. We should probably help the institutions to find the gifted children But I think in about 20 or 30 years ahead, the higher educational institutions will not be able to do anything in respect to occupational training and training in the spheres of excellency for those children who they provide training for. We haven't discussed values a lot today, but as for those things that we discussed, there are different values behind this, behind the scenes, and the universities will not be able to provide assistance in this. Well, I think this is a good answer to the question. In fact, we should not change the university severely. We think that school education should change more dramatically. Dear colleagues, right now we have a kind of a pattern. We understand what kind of personnel we need, what kind of gifts we would need, and we should see the values that are in demand, and we have an understanding that something has to be changed, maybe not in the university but at school, and it has kind of a better freedom, and we would like people not to interfere in an educational process and feed them up with their capability to study themselves. And the last question we proceed with is on how all of the interested parties should interact in terms of this wonderful future to approach by 2040, to make it happen for the production companies, IT companies, universities, authorities, student societies, how to approach them for a meeting. Meeting means we should not prevent them from development, what kind of employees companies need, on how they should approach the manufacture. We will proceed with one more voting. We will see what you would say, and then we will listen to your comments from experts. So we proceed with voting. Maybe you will add something else, but let's not split into students and non-students. First, we should read. It's the issue of where the key initiative should be concentrated, whether it's the correct coordination and interaction. Number one is we need a platform for communication and coordination. Number two, authority is the authority, and it is responsible for integration of all interested parties. This is their role. Number three, to make it possible for universities to approach businesses. And number four, if business is interested in something, the business should approach the universities and should be the initiator. Number five, it's true that the student society, students public is the best moderator for this dialogue. Number six, nothing has to be done. And number seven, if you have a different vision, please vote. So voting is open. Where the initiative in terms of making up the required type of interaction, where it should come from. Let's have a look what we have. We have the platform where all of the parties will be involved, and number two is figure 4. It's very important that business should approach universities, assist in establishing departments or faculties, should provide any possible assistance. It's associated with an answer when educational institutions should involve businesses. And I would like to give the floor to the experts to be able to make comments. I think we should do nothing with it. There is a submarine which we would never escape. We are destined to interacting with each other. It would be great if we would develop the progress towards high competition and competition in economy. I think it's an obligatory condition in terms of communication, and this would be the feedback from communication. It seems to me that the key point is that we should somehow break our consciousness, because we had a kind of a conveyor training. We have kindergarten, then school. School does not provide good stuff for training in the university. The university does not provide good stuff for the businesses. I was voting for businesses approaching universities because I agree that probably if we look at Digit 2, then it will be too late. If people are not trained to think at school, then it's too late to start thinking in the university. But if businesses, the logics of the product management, the competition, none of students think of competition or client focus. They do not think of a product without these logics, without kind of inner feeling. They would not move us any, they would not let us escape from this submarine. Well, the discussion that whether higher institutions should approach businesses or businesses should approach higher institutions, I remember that this discussion is on for about 10 years. And I always consider that the university should approach business, because out of these two participants, this is the university that gets money from the budget for training of the expert, but business spend their own money. And if the university is not interested in listening to the expert opinion, they would never approach business. And I think this is probably useless to speak about it, because 10 years ago, the universities did not approach business, and they would never do until they die. And I think that we should have a platform for communication. And once again, I would like to promote the Association for Development of Human Capital, and I think that people should join this association, because when we started to collect educational practices in our country, very often we see it in the regions. I don't remember where, in Novosibirsk or in Krasnoyarsk. We saw a wonderful project that they've created on education in primary school. They are strongly working with the children. And then children go to an ordinary secondary school, to an ordinary university. It makes a negative effect, because they have a very quick start, and then they do not understand what is happening. So far, we need to make up the entire chain, and we need to integrate this chain with an employer. Thank you very much. I selected another answer, number 7, because I think that at the very beginning, we should have the companies that work within digital economy logic. And this would be the basic principle for combination, for construction of the communication. And until we have challenge, and until we have the markets in which everything will interact, one can do nothing. And as for the history of higher education, I study in the School of Directors, and I see what universities provide. And speaking from practice, I would say that very often in the universities we are lacking people who could approach business. Not the responsible for science, responsible for research and development, but we need those people who make up a story and who would understand the story and how to get a perspective of businesses and try to adapt it to the university. We should treat these cases. We should understand the business cases in the universities. And speaking of such platforms for communication, what we discuss now on how the universities should be built. We should understand that human communication is very important, and this is also confirmed by students themselves. I don't remember the term, but it's something associated with coffee. when they create artificial locations where inside the universities all students from different faculties could meet together, entrepreneurs, chemists, finances, and having a cup of coffee, they create their own startups and businesses. And it would be kind of an online story. It would be a team building. And in everyday life, it's the matter of a question if we are able to create this size for communication. You know, I studied in the University of Oil and Gas, named after Gubkin. We had a meeting place near this monument, and all of the businesses on all of the things were solved at that monument. But if you come to a university, you go to lecture rooms or labs, you cannot do any business. But if you have a meeting place, this is where you can launch the communication. Well, here comes a comment. You know, I started to think of companies which universities works with as with strategic partners. I found out that all of the largest IT companies of the region, starting from the second year of education, they continuously have different kind of events. They arrange these kind of events together with the university. And as soon as any company creates an idea of the technology outbreak, as a rule associated with digitalization, they come to the university where they are able to get with a service or an advice or communication, or they get sure in things that they're doing, whether they're doing those things properly or not. And it seems to me that I think such a tendency is correct, because the main character in digital age is a human, not the robot, but a human. But where do we have the highest concentration of these people? It's in the universities. That is why university, being a place for gathering of such human capital, is not probably understood well, and it requires some new solutions in this field. And second thing is that we should, if the companies and universities will transfer from the process logics into project logics, then we will see the alliances. At least, speaking from practice, this is what we see. Well, I voted for number 2 because I believe in the effect that is produced by authorities. The effect that is coming from authorities on education, because state plays a very important role. We should not even wait for the market to approach it, Adam Smith to approach the universities with his theories, but we think that the authorities are able to integrate different spheres of life. We are speaking about tax benefits for those companies that implement research and development work together with universities by joint establishment of laboratories or temporary work teams. I think such teams should be implemented in the nearest future in order to be able to speed up this mechanism. So, dear colleagues, it seems to me that the purpose of our roundtable has already been achieved. We've seen a kind of a cross-section, so thank you very much for your opinion. Let us thank the experts. The roundtable is over. Thank you very much. And please do not forget to give your voting panels back.